Hello, everybody. How you all doing? Good to see you. Today we are gonna try to do Asteroid Village. I mean, the title of it is, in fact, Asteroid Village, but I mean, I actually want to try and get through one that I completely forgot about yesterday. I completely forgot about Impossible Pathway, and I have got to actually do that one. So, right on into it. Hello, first prelude on in first. Blue Shigatsu, welcome on in. Good to see you. Let's get some shout outs to both Zero.
Shout out.
And shout out at Blue Shigatsu. In case you firsters are not following them, make sure you are.
Shout out.
Otherwise, you don't need to be a firster. Zero, welcome on in. Veritai, welcome on in. Was chatting. Chatting with mom. And speaking of which, she's calling me. Oh, I know. Blue Shigatsu, Prelude. Yes. Gutsy Gal, hello. No problem. You guys, you guys need the attention thingies. Featherstone, hello. Good to see you again, yo. Hug at Featherstone. Thank you very much for the continued support. I appreciate that, Featherstone, yo. Big hugs to you. And Gutsy Gal bringing out the Jungle Temple with the 10 bits. Thank you very much, yo. Impossible Pathway. So, I want to try and see if I can get something in here for the Impossible Pathway. I'm not sure really what to do for it. I'm thinking I'm going to give it a shot to do some okay. Something's coming to mind. I think maybe what I can do is I'm gonna try and get some points on a curve here really quickly. I think let's get a geometry node tree in here. Geometry node tree. I want to search and get a curve. String to, or I just want a curve in general, just like a curved line or something like that. Yeah, curved line. Give me a curved line, and I want to put some blocks on that. I want to put a cube on there, but not just any cube. I want to put a cube on a cube. And I think last time, let's do instance on points. Instance on points, and we got to do the cube on a cube, like this guy here, and this will get me a segmented cube. Sweet. Okay. And then if I shrink this guy down, okay. And I bring this guy up. Okay, good. Okay, so that gets me a cube on a cube, and that's kind of what I want. I want to remove named attribute. Oh, okay. No. Delete geometry. Delete geometry. Here we go. Delete geometry. And I want to select only certain indexes. I want to select compare a integer. And this will give me a specific thing. I only want to delete that. There we go. I got myself a stair. That's what I want. Nakunai, hello, welcome on in. Good to see you. I cannot type 2 ham. I just got a tablet for my blending animating stuff. Ooh. Oh man, I so would enjoy a tablet, but that's luxury to me. That's not gonna be anytime soon, that's for sure. I'm so glad you got a tablet. Let me know how it works for you, yo. Oh, oh, no, no. I still think, you should try the Impossible Triangle. It's, different shading tones and lines give it quite a look, even if it's technically 2D. I don't know what you mean by that. Or are you telling somebody else to try the Impossible Triangle? I don't know what the Impossible Triangle is. Sorry. Okay, 1 point, all good. So we got the point, we got the cube, we got the instance, got this guy all together, and now this guy needs to be instanced onto the curve. So let's bring this curve on in here. And I want the curve to have this on it. Righty. And then, is that correct? Oh, yeah, that's right. Okay, so let's do search, resample, sample curve. Okay, and then let's do bring this down a little bit here, and I want to bring this up, let's say 9 meters. Okay, let's say 18 meters. Not quite. Okay. Oh, that's 1,800 meters. Whoops. 18 meters. Okay. Almost. Count. We bring it up 18 meters and bring it up to 10 meters? End is 0 and... no, the end is 18 meters and the count is 10 stairs. Why is that? Do I need to shrink this down to a proper size? And by proper size, I mean a 0.5. And then if I bring this down to a 0.5, that should get me the normal stair, but inside of a 1 meter cube thing. So now, if I go up 18 meters and then go up 18 count. 19 count? Okay, there we go. Alright, so any direction that I want to take this, I need to put it up +1 for the count, which makes perfect sense. So, math. Let's go ahead and grab a number here. Actually, n, I want to add in a integer. There you go. Something like that. Add 1. Good. And this should be plugged into a separate, combine XYZ. Because we just want to put this into the Z for right now. No. We want to put this into the Z and this into the count. There we go. Alright. So that will give me a value to which I can add more stairs, just like this. But I can also put that onto any curve that I want. So, let's see here. If I take this guy and I say I want this to go in the X direction by, say, 18. Oh, that's 3. Okay. Okay, hold on. Let's do another, combine thingy here. Duplicate this guy, bring him up to here, and combine that. Okay, so that gets me a stairway in kind of like any direction, dependent on this thing right here. So it gets me kind of like a weirdo stairway that just kind of goes anywhere, anywhere the curve is. Thank you for the boop of the snoot, Gutsy Gal. I appreciate that, yo. Tablet. appreciate that, though. Alright, so now I need to figure out a way that I can do this so that it can be automatic. So all of these are receiving the same number for each little thing. So like the Z and the X are doing okay. Actually, we can put this on the Y, and that'll actually give us a proper directional stairway. And actually, we could have on the opposite direction a stairway in the same direction. So, if I were to give this... Can I give this a random number? Am I allowed to give it a random number? Search random value. Like if I plug this guy on, what do I get? Yeah. That does not, it does not kosher with that, and it does not kosher with that well at all. Because it needs to be a set value. Okay. Oop, no. Cut that. Cut that. So you need to be a proper value coming on in to these. But this one is fine. The resample is okay. Unless I set the points. Okay. There was something that wasn't working yesterday, but I think I know how to do this. Set point, set position, and we put it in here twice. Selection, which do we want? End point. End point selection, here we go. Oh yeah, that's right. We can do this after the instancing. Right. So, let me see if we can. This is going to be the instance on a grid. Well, we'll use a grid for now. And then we'll figure out where we want everything to be. We want them to be instanced on the grid via just any position search. Attribute statistics. No, that's not what it isn't. No. Distribute points on face. Okay. And then random, yeah, bring it down to the value here a little bit too. Bring down the value. Alright, good. And then set position of the endpoint selection, and then we want these two to go away. So these two don't matter right now. So right now they're just 18. We'll just give you a 0. And we'll give you a.
That outfit is not looking too hot right now.
Give
You
it a
need
save.
something that looks prettier. Outfit change.
Is there a combined values? I think. Oh yeah, combined values. Let's grab that outfit. What outfit are we doing? Darth. Yes, we can. Darth. Xander. There it is. Shush. Bush. Nah. No, it's anybody that's VIP or higher. Because anybody that I give VIP, I assume is not going to constantly abuse the commands, and gives a wider range of the ability to put commands to people without giving too much responsibilities out to people that may not want the responsibilities. NodeVember, here we go. And we want this to be called Impossible Pathway. Give it a saved Blender file. Yes, okay. Combine values. Okay. What is this combine value? Combine value. Nope. Value. Random string value string message string points to volume. Huh. Anyways, I think I think if we keep these instances, it may still work. Because we have this string. So let's see here. I think if they remain instances, it might be okay. So let's go ahead and set the endpoint of this guy. No. That doesn't work. Okay. Alrighty. But, okay, so this is the cube. We want the cube on the instances, but what we can do is put the curves onto the grid instead. Let's put the curves onto the grid. Okay. And we can use this instead to say, okay, so now the endpoints can go... Oh, no, they can't. Okay. Nope. Okay. Endpoint selection, I think will work it did. What if I instead do a index? What if I just do an index here? And then... Oh, that's why. Because they're not seen as curves yet. Right. Resample curve. If I put this here, and then it will see the endpoints, right? No, okay. Okay, they're not really seen as curves. Well... Anyways, count. Okay, maybe they're not still seen as curves at that point either. Oh well. Set position. Where did everything go? Curve should be still there. What the? There we go. They're back. They're back. Okay. We'll just do a set position. Here and there, index, selection, math, or compare, or I have one of those over here, right here, where'd it go? Compare, random value. Welcome in, Darth. Shush. New goal for Fox, VIP, though people seem to think, that Sith, said to myself, shouldn't be trusted with powers for some reason. I know, right? Goodness sakes. So discriminatory, aren't we all? Not too sure if headphones, but it's a bit hard to hear you over the music. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, let's fix that, shall we? Mic, let's turn that up a bit. Turn up the mic, and then turn down the music a little here, too. Especially in my own ears. There we go. Yeah, mic is all the way up. Bring down the music here to... Or, no. I want to bring down the music in my ears, too. There we go. I thought I had a compare node somewhere around here. I guess I don't. Oh, right. Here it is. Found it. Okay, I want it to equal a thingy here. Set position of number 1. Here we go. And that should be... okay, it's just the instance. Okay. Point. Mesh. Mesh line. Mesh to curves. Is there a way that I can select just the face? After the fact. Where is the resample curves? Let's do this. Let's grab this guy, bring it over here. This instance, give me this. Bring it over here. I'm wondering, is that even resampling a curve? Yeah, that's resampling all the curves. Okay, so they are considered to be curves at that point. Okay, so they are still there. So they are considered to be curves there. That's good. That's what we're aiming for. And that just moves the entire curve, which is not what I want. What I want is to move the point. Integer equal... What if I do selection and I just do a search for point? Dominion size, point count, distribute points on face, curve to points, spline length, curve to points, selection, position. What is position? Yeah, it's just still selecting just the curve. Huh. Okay, there's a way that I should be able to select a point after this. Unless I do something silly like realize instances. What's that do? And then I try to select just a point? What happens then? Oh, aha! I think that does it. That does it. That does it. That does it. Okay. So, if I do this now, aha. Okay. Good. So now I have a system that will distribute these stairs on a curve, and I can set where the point needs to be and the count of where it needs to be, all within this system of all of these curves. Okay. Crimson Drake. Thank you very much for the follow there. Oh, lightsaber. Right. You're good point. Good point. Accessory, lightsaber. There it is. Cool. Sorry I can't type too much today. My arms are seriously hurting. Oof. Yep. Still hurting. Just managed to make it a barrel. Oof. I'm sorry about that, yo. Alright. So we have a curve line. This curve, what is this curve line doing? Oh, yeah, okay. So this curve line is going onto this grid. This grid is instancing a bunch of random curves. Okay? So, and currently the curve is just 1 meter long. It's not really doing too much. It's just doing that. It's creating the curves there. All right. So now, what that's doing is it's realizing the instance, making it a little bit more real. Instead of all of these being just a single an object, like this line is an object, this line is an object, and this line is an object. It's now saying that all of this is one object. That's what it's doing through the realized instances. And it takes all of these and says, okay, this is point 1 of object 1, and this is point 2 of object 2. So now I can select each point on there at a certain position. So I can say, hey, I want point 2 of object 36 to be over here, okay? And the other point to be up there somewhere. All right, that's what we want. So now we can control where those points are at through this guy here, set position, offset, there. And then we want to do an offset because we already have its own position. And equal index. Okay, so now we can do that same thing for over here, but we want its index, selection. Okay, we may not even need this, though. Okay? This may not be necessary. So we're just going to go ahead and remove that. But we got 2 set positions. And then we have a resample over here. So what this resample is doing is that I'm trying to, dependent on its length, it will give me a proper point per thingy. So every time that it's 1 meter length, it will give me a point. Good. Let's just put this guy here because we may not need this second set position. Okay. So now if I say to this guy, so now it's giving me the same thing. But now, since they're all like 1 meter length, it'll give me 2 squares, right? Okay. So if they're all giving me those squares there, and they're all stairways, now I want to set the position of those curves. And those positions of the curves, if I give it, say, like a value of, oop, nope, okay. Let's go ahead and select, let's grab a noise texture here. So, and I want to plug this into a vector math here, radio, and we are going to do the same thing, -0.5, making sure that you're in the right direction here. Plug the color in because the color apparently has numbers in it. Black being 0 and white being 1. And just shifting that parameter down a little bit so that black is -0.5 and white is +0.5. And then we want to be able to multiply that. We'll currently multiply you by 1 and see what happens. Plug you in. Woohoo. Okay. Alright. Let's multiply you by many. Alright. Good. So now we get a bunch of stairs that are going in all which directions here, okay? Right. But what we can do now is I want to reduce the value of this distribute points on face because we're not really seeing what's going on here. Let's do a Poisson disc and increase the parameter. Let's just say at least 1 meter, or something like that. Just give me 1 meter here, and then reduce the density here. Maybe make this grid size a little bit bigger. Size, grid. There we go, something like that. And then distribute points on face, density. Alright, so now we see what's actually going on here. Is that these stairs are now moving in a certain direction, and they're trying to do a point per point, a stair per point, but they're kind of overlapping every now and then here. So what I want to do is that the math that comes out of this, I want to see if I can get it to snap per X, Y, and Z. So we're going to do something that I did before. That seemed to work out perfectly fine. Is I want to set a snap for this on 1. What I found out is that if I do the snap through this guy here instead of separate the XYZ, and then do it if I do it this way, or if I do it this way, snap. Where's that snap value there? Snap, there it is. If I set this to 1, what ends up happening is that it combines both the X, Y, and Z until it equals 1, giving me like a third of the value that I need to. I could possibly set this to 3 because there's 3 different values here. There's X, Y, and Z, and then each one will eventually give me the value that I want, kind of. I guess there's still a little bit of overlapping here. So, what happens when I have X there, and then Y and Z, and I want each one to be a 1 value. And then plug this guy in. There's still a little bit of overlapping. Okay. Alrighty. So what I might want it to do is I might want the X, Y, and Z to all equal the same thing. Is that a good idea? If I were to take this guy, duplicate it, and say, hey, give me a snap on 1 just through a simple math node, what are you gonna do? Okay. I mean, it worked. It's all going in the same direction, though, which is a problem. I mean, yeah, it made the grid system that I wanted. But it's no longer going in every direction. It's all going in left and up. But if I do this, it goes in every direction, but there is a little bit of overlap on some of the stairs, though. And if I make it any larger, it won't. However, what happens if I take this same parameter and say, hey, how about setting the snap also on the after the resample? So if we take the resample and also say, hey, only give me a snap on that. Okay, yeah, that wouldn't work. Okay, that doesn't work there. Position. Ooh. Okay, so what if I take the position of each point that it's at right now and say snap it to that? Nope. Okay. Get rid of you. And duplicate you. And say snap to that. No. kind of give me the same results. So, more than likely, if I were to do this, put you here, say snap to its current position, but if I put you on a 1, which I know shouldn't work, what if I reduce this value? Oh yeah. Gutsy Gal had a good idea. In case you guys are wondering, this is what the Puka does. Gutsy Gal had a great idea. What if you did things, added an Euler? So, what if I actually do the rotation of the blocks dependent on the curve line? So, all of these instances, right here. So, here's the cube, right? And that's what's going on to there. So, let's do a sample curve. If we grab a sample of the curve... Whoop. Oh, okay. Yeah. Sample of the curve here. And say, hey, what's the tangent of this guy? And plug it into current rotation. Alright. So... what if we do the Euler thingy? Euler, rotate Euler. Factor. Nope, factor, length, I don't know. Tangent, rotation, rotation Euler into rotation. That doesn't do anything. Local, angle, nothing. Heel. However, it does give a results that I kind of like. Huh. I mean, the tangent is the direction of the thingy. What if it's the normal? Normal? No, that's not the normal. Okay. 0. Well... but what if we were to move this guy along? Like if we were to take its current look and its creation.
Sub, it's a gift sub.
Darth. Cool. Oh, giving one to Gutsy Gal. Gifted a tier 1 to Gutsy Gal. Thank you very much for gifting out that sub. Rave. Make it snappy, right? Trying to, and then we need to get into the asteroid thingy, because I think this is gonna be it for Impossible Pathway. I just need to put on a texture for it. I just want to kind of make it look a little bit better beyond this. Yeah, I think the Euler kind of helps it out here, and I want to go from 3D to 4D here, and I want to see about. Whoa, okay, hold on. Whew, what are you doing? Wow. Okay, that's not a wow. Okay. W value. Yeah, that's not exactly the look I had in mind, that's for sure. Okay. Let's get rid of that. So it's currently snapping in tons of directions. What if what if the scale is too big? That's probably why. Let's bring this all the way down to like a 0.1 here. Okay. So now W. Here we go. There we go. Okay, now that's kind of getting a cool response. Not exactly what I was hoping for, but it is better. It is definitely better. All right, let's go ahead and do this here really quickly. Actually, you know what? I'm wondering if I can take this guy and do the rotation. Oh, whoop. Nope, that ain't gonna work. Color factor. I'm gonna plug that in rotation by. Okay, and then we do the W. Let's actually do this and do multiply by 1. See if I can get a little bit more coolness out of the rotation. So now, if I were to rotate this by that, ooh, that kind of gets me something. Alright, and then let's increase the rotation. Alright, alright. I kind of like that. Oh, there we go. Okay, so now I kind of want to make the set position. I want to see if this can go even more extreme. Okay, so we get more length on the stairs too. Okay. Alright, more length on the stairs. Alright, so now I think is probably a good point to take this grid, and I actually don't want to use a grid. I want to see if like an icosphere or something like that will work better for this. Because I use the grid just to see if things would work properly. So we got an icosphere, and let's turn up its radius here. So its radius, let me do a ka-chunk here. Ka-chunk, there it is. Let's turn up its radius to like something like that. And then ka-chunk. There we go. Now we get like a kind of like a sphere area of all of these stairs here. And then we work on the W value. And we work on it very slowly. So now, what I want to do is take this W value and plug it into the input all the way over here. And then we want that W value to go super slow. Let's add just a little bit of light and fog into here. So if we add in a join geometry, plug you in. And I also want to add in a set material, and then I want to add in stone brick. So for this material, just give me an MC prep stone brick here. Stone. Yes. Give me a cracked polished bricks here. That one. Yeah. Cracked polished bricks. Go to this, and I want this to be the cracked polished bricks. That needs to be set up so it has a coordinate on the object. And then put this as a box. There we go. Cool. And then I want to go to, let's see here, layout. No, geometry nodes. This might actually need to go into a different position. Instance on points. What if I take this instance on points, realize it, there it is, duplicate. Realize this instance. Aha! There we go. Now we don't get those little segments there, and we get a perfect cube of that stairway, and then we get the proper Minecraft stair. And we want, let's see how the sun is working here. Sun is working okay. Let's increase the value here a little bit. Let's also increase the sharpness of the shadows. Shadows, soft shadows. No, thank y'all. I want some I want some shadows there. Give a ambient occlusion, bloom. Yep, we're fine. Good. Let's bring in a point light right in the middle here. And do a... Let's just do a green light and then just crank this guy all the way up. There we go. And I want in here as well a fog. So volume cube I want to add in here too. And let's bring that guy in. Minimum that way, maximum that way. And then we want to bring down its density. Bit, there we go. And now we have I want to take this value here, this W, and plug it in very slowly. Okay, something like that, maybe? So let's see what that does on a linear path. Blocks are rotating slowly, but I think a little bit too slowly. Let's go ahead and go to this guy, and all we need to do is increase this number here. There we go. And then layout, and then we should be able to see it rotating a little bit faster. Why not crank that thing sucker up? Okay. Layout. Yeah, there we go. Alright, maybe let's do a 1,000 points, 1,000 frames long, and just make that sucker a little bit longer here. So something like that. And we might want to even return back to the original state. So let's do that. Back at 1,000. All of those, linear pathways. Yeah. Cool. Alright, geometry nodes. I might actually want to turn down this thing. I know it it wasn't rotating it that quickly, but it no longer looks like stairs at that point. It just looks like a bunch of blocks. Well, that was bad. Okay, so maybe I need to find another camera position. Right there. Okay, let's see how this does. Alrighty. Great. I think that feels more like stairs. That feels more like stairs to me. Alright, impossible pathway complete. Let's get on to the main event, because this one's going to take way too long. Trying to earn my pink Kyber crystal back that was used for that saber. Kyber crystal. The thingy that's in the lightsaber, I take it. Oh. Ah, okay. I see what you mean. Z-Knight, hello! Stairs too. Yeah, mainly because I wanted to... Yeah, I'm making stairs too. I was just like, I need to make an impossible pathway because I completely forgot about it. But we need to get onto Asteroid Village, which I know is going to take me forever. Because I've got to figure out how to create a... What are you doing? Dog behind me is being weird. because I need to figure out how to create a house. I need to make a somewhat procedural house for Minecraft. So, let's actually use the default cube. Why not? Geometry nodes. New geometry nodes. And let's figure out this guy. Alright. Woof. Hydrate. Oh yeah, hydrate. Here we go. Thank you very much. No, you don't. You don't have to delete the default cube. Because just to make him feel important, yo, okay? I mean, we're gonna be using geometry nodes, so it's not like we're actually going to be using him or anything like that. He's just there. I mean, oh look, here's the default cube right at this end. Oh, you're useful. Yay! So just don't tell him, okay? Don't even delete the default cube anymore. Alright, so we want to do that that cube on cube thing because I want to see if I can do a destroyed house in the future. Be able to make a procedural house and then also kind of destroy it a bit as well. So we're gonna work on that. Learning so much right now. You are? I feel like I'm still kind of bumbling around inside of here as well. Alright, so we want to do something like the mushroom. The mushroom that we had before, this guy right here. I love this guy. Absolutely love this guy. So what I ended up doing, finally, with the mushroom is this guy has a texture for all the outside and just has the texture for the cube on the inside, on the bottom, and on the inside. And also on the bottom here, too. I basically just cut up the cube that it was instancing and just said, oh, hey, replace this face, replace that face, and then replace both faces on each side of this guy. So now I have a nice little cube that can just go be like this and that. But this actually is going to be the premise of what I'm going to be doing for the house, because that ceiling of the mushroom is going to become basically the floor, and the wall size here too as well, something like this. And then the count, well, the stem isn't really going to matter. But yeah, that is the basic idea that we have there, is what we're going to be doing. So we're going to do that guy with this. So let's bring in first a grid. So we bring in a grid, and this grid, of course, is going to be it's going to have a math on it, math. And this math is going to be +1. So whatever this number is, let's plug this guy in. So whatever this guy is for the X and the Y, it's going to be +1 for the number of vertices. Pretty simple. No arguments there. Put a little dot there too. Good. So we got ourselves the grid that we need. Put the thing in. I'm silly. Bring this on in, and we got ourselves a grid that will work with our cube. Dependent on this, because it goes and it will space it out by 1 meter. So we want to put cubes on that grid. Just for visual reference, we're just going to be putting a cube into here, 2 vertices, do an instance on points, instance on points. And we're just going to be putting that cube right into that instance. And we got a grid of cubes. Now we can put like wood texture on the flooring and stuff like that. So we got that. We have that at least. What we now next need is we need the walls, and we need the brick lay around the base. We need the points. We need the structures on the corners. And those all need to go according to math. So this is where we actually start counting things. Where it's just like, okay, if x equals y, then y equals x type things. So let's see here. The walls will kind of act like the The walls, it will act like the planes will work like the grids here. Okay, so we need to take this grid, and we are going to have yet another vertice thingy here. Cut you here. You're gonna be there. Let's make sure that we organize things so that we can tell where stuff is going. This one is the floor. This one is the wall. And I'm just going to put that there for right now. We're not actually going to be... Well, yes, we are going to be controlling the wall grid. But it is going to be dependent on something else. Okay. We want the wall to be vertical to this guy. And just, again, for visual reference, this is... I'm thinking that I'm going to make all of this stuff, and then I'm going to put the points where they need to go. So I need to put the points there, and it's basically just going to give me another grid right here. What are you doing? Oh. What? Oh, yeah. Okay, there we go. Right. Now we need to transform and rotate this guy. So search. We want to transform. We want to transform this guy. And how do we want to transform him? We want to rotate him by 90 degrees. Okay. And then we want to move him out. Search, join. Join geometry. We want to put him over here.
Not looking too hot right now. You need
Do,
something
do,
that
do,
looks
do.
prettier. Outfit change.
Outfit change. Full list. Do you have a puka suit? If I have a puka suit? I don't know what you mean by a puka suit. I'm going to go look up a number 73 while you type out what you mean by a puka suit. I'm going to do a Control F and say 73. What is 73? Oak tree. Oh, a tux. I do, actually. I do have a tux. We will get out our spy suit, as a matter of fact. Let's go ahead and grab... Shush. Shush, bush. Tux, and then where's the spy suit? Spy tux. There it is. It is actually called spy tux. There we go. Alrighty. Let's go ahead and we want to move this guy. Translation. Search. Combine. XYZ. We want to translate it on the X. So floor. So whatever is getting from the floor, do the X. Okay, good. Yeah, that's correct. But I want X to be divided by... Whoops. No, I need to just do math. Math. There we go. Math needs to be divided by... I wonder if I can just skip this around. Do a math, but I'm going to grab a vector math and skip around from 2 nodes instead. I want to do a... What if I do a divide? Divide, there we go. What? I can set a keyframe? to this? I have no idea what I would set a keyframe for that to, but that kind of changes things. I can change it from just like, okay, instead of divide, just jump to multiplication, jump to add, jump to subtract. That's interesting. I didn't know that I could do that. I would have been doing switch nodes, saying, okay, instead of a divide node, switch to a multiplication mode. And like, oh, okay, so I can set a value to that. Interesting. I did not know that. Okay, so I need you to divide by 2 on the X, and that should get me exactly what I want into the translation, right? Yeah, there we go. Divide by that, and then I can, if I want to, add 1, 2. So that way, this guy can sit a little bit beyond the wall. So it divides by 2, brings it all the way out to here, and then then I need to bring it up. So the translation, I need to dependent on, I need to add whatever the wall size is divided by 2. So if I take a wall size and say let's bring this up here. Okay, so I want to take whatever the wall size is, take this guy, divide that by 2, and then search, add. Or nope, that's not gonna work. Okay, I want to add this guy, whatever the wall size is, which is what factor? Wall size would be Z. That's correct. Okay, so I want to divide by 2 on the Z axis, and the other 2 can say 0 because anytime that you add by or divide by 0, you get 0 anyways. So it will just stay in its correct position. So now you just add right into this factor, and you go up. Oop, nope. Yes, correct. And then I add 1 here, and it'll bring it back up. Perfect. Cool. So that will change the wall for me wherever direction I need it to go, just by moving these guys around. I can get my wall up there. So now I need the wall to be the same size as the floor. So it needs to be as long as that. So floor, let's go ahead and plug floor into also the wall, and I should get 2 of the same thing here. What's happening here? It's divided by 2. Oh yeah, that's right. Add 1.5, and that brings it up to there. 1.5. Perfect. Okay, so now the floor is Why aren't you moving up? You should be moving up. Translation on the Z direction. Oh, right. Okay. Whoops. That's right. The wall control is still controlling this guy. Get rid of you. Okay. 1.5? No, just 1? That's better. Okay, better. Much better. Okay, so all of these guys are just controlled by currently one little node here. One little number. That guy. Alrighty. So So, but I'm going to want to have more control than just the size of the house. I'm going to want Y direction and X direction. So now I've got to figure out how to get those two to work. So it's going to be house on the X and house on the Y. House, Y. Okay, give that a save. I haven't been saving? No. Alright, Asteroid Village.
Moderator is trying to get your attention.
Ah, do we have mods on? I don't think so. Not at the moment. Sorry. Hi, I want to offer... What? What? Convenient ban. Whatever you are. Thank you. Goodbye. Want to offer protection. Protection. Whatever. Although, Daisy Bubble FM6. That almost sounds like someone's account kind of got hacked. Uh-oh. Because that sounds like too specific of a name in order for it to be a bot. Because normally bot names have like random stuff in it. Daisy Bubble FM. Yeah, that sounds like somebody's account got hacked, which is kind of not good. That's not good. All right, so we want X and Y abilities here. So we want to do this addition thing, but only for the X and Y. So let's do this. House X and house. So we're gonna plug this into the bottom one here for both of these here. So we are adding 1 to the X. Why is Y working and not X though? Oh. No, that's... You should be plugged both into the X and the Y. Okay. X, X, Y, Y. Why fourth you not work? Add 1. Add 1. Something weird is going on here. Oh, right. Okay, my bad. The add needs to go there, and this needs to go... Right, okay, whoops. The add needs to go to the vertices, because there's one more vertice than there is length, in order for us to have a cube proper grid. Right. So you can go right here, grid, perfect. So now we have a grid perfect house here. And this is working still with that. Alright. So we need to do the same thing with our wall. Is we need to be able to have our wall go oh, I didn't know. Asteroid Village. Save. Okay. One more vertex, many more vertices. Right. Points. I'm gonna call them points. Come on, I'm pretty sure at least everybody gets the point. Alright, so we need to do the same thing with this guy. But he's going to be different. So, let's see here. His his side by side is going to grow because of the X. So, let's take this X value and plug you into here. So if we can grab the X, okay, that's proper. That goes in the right direction. Right. Let's do the add here. And the X is in the top. So that's right. We want to grab the Y. And the Y goes into the bottom one here and in the top bottom one there. So Y, Y. X works. No. Okay. Flip. Okay, let's flip these two. So Y and X. Y and X. Okay, so Y. Okay, good. All right, there we go. Y is correct, and X is correct. All right. But that value is actually going to change dependent on something else. So instead of that, it's going to get its own little value over here. Input. Why are you integer or float? You need to be integer. There we go. All right, that's going to be the height of the wall. But the height of the wall needs to now change dependent on this input here. So let's combine these guys. Input there. Actually, let's do that. So that way I can see what's happening here. Right. Okay, so input here. That makes the wall go up. But now it's moving side by side, which is not what I want. I want it to go just up and down on... So it's currently going up and down there. Right, so it needs to just not move. So if I put this at 0, what happens? Oh, okay, that's the up and down right there. That's the up and down. So if I put this at 0, what happens? That goes into the center. Right. Okay, I get it. So this is okay to be at 2, but it needs to have a different input. This one is okay to have. That one's okay. This one is not. This one needs to have house Y. Okay, so input, up and down wall, yes. Side to side here, and Y and out here. Perfect. So now we have a wall that works with a independently creating vertice. Exactly. Now, I need to make 3 more. But now I have a little system here that I can just plug into here saying, oh, okay, this one needs to be 2, and just change this vertice. And then it should change accordingly. So, let's see here. This is the wall there. Okay. Hello, Becca. Welcome on in, yo. How you doing? Iron Moog says stretch. Oh, look away from the computer. Oh. Ugh. Do. Alrighty, so people did argue point/vertex naming before. I mean, if they're both the same thing, might as well call them the same thing, right? Ball, baseball, it's all the same thing. Then again, are all points vertexes and all vertexes points? Depending. That's an interesting question. I don't know the answer to that. There probably is an answer now that I think about it. And I'm like, oh yeah, there's an answer. Alright, let's get this a little bit organized here. grab. There we go. Okay, grab you. Radio. Bring you up here. Bring you up here. Actually, let's bring you down below you. So that way I know and see this little line and say, oh, okay, that's adding into together there, and then I have an easy flow. Okay. So I want another wall here. And again, these instances sections is just going to be for visual reference here. Because I do not want to turn them into cubes just yet. What I'm thinking is probably going to be best for me is if I were to get a house of points. So I just have just basically a bunch of this, just a bunch of plain textures, and then I convert them into points. Then that way I can select which sections I want to affect, as it were. So, do 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 do. Ba 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 ba. I did just realize something, though. I'm not sure if I can... Well... I might be able to. I'm trying to think of how I'm going to actually cut out holes in these houses. Because my other idea, I just realized that I've gone a little too far. Can't go back. Is that I needed all of these things to be on mesh lines and then be able to cut one out of the wall. Let's see here. If I want to cut something outside of out of this wall here, how do I want to do that? Like if I do a if I delete geometry, if I do a delete geometry and select a math, or yeah, math, and there should be something in here called a Moore or something like that. Cosine, tangent, degrees, modulo. I think that's what it is. And do an index into here, and then say do a selection. Whoa. Is that right? Whoa. Okay, maybe this needs to be an integer. 5? 6? Okay. Okay, so it deletes all 6 of them except for the last one. Do a 9. Okay, so it basically counts to 9 and then picks one to remove. I take that mondololobolo and I do a I want to do a multiply by -1 and plug that into the selection. What do I get? I get nothing? 5. I get nothing. Interesting. Okay. Okay. Delete geometry. Which ones? How would I do that? How would I delete the geometry within that? It's the same for most cases, but Blender used the term vertex in modeling so much. Live with it, geonodes. Live with it, geonodes. I was thinking, for your asteroid, have an asteroid belt and then some things shooting them, and it converts into houses. Oh. That would be an idea. I'm not sure how I could do that, though. We do have to get the house, though. We have to get the house first. But yeah, I'm wondering if this might have been a bad idea to do the grid wall like this. No. No, it wasn't a bad idea to do this. Oh, ideas. Ah. Okay. So we're going to keep that wall. We're not going to have any windows on that wall, okay? Okay? I'm thinking that we actually create kind of like a chimney on that wall. And then, depending on how big the house gets, it gets more chimneys and stuff like that, okay? So we'll make a chimney there. I think that's a good idea. Let's do the other walls the other way I wanted to do this and see if that will work. Okay. Ideas. Let's get the other walls. Now we have the X and the Y and all that fun crud. We need to get a mesh grid in mesh line. Just want to get in a mesh line here, and its count is dependent on a few things, and its offset is dependent on a few things here. No, its offset is dependent on a few things, and its start location is dependent on a few things. All right, so let's see here. How do we do this? So its X position. Or house. Oh, okay. Hold on. Let me change those numbers. House Y. That's what's gonna happen there. House Y, and then this is house X. House X. Okay. There we go. House X and house Y. Alrighty. I want its X position, start location, to be dependent on the X here, right? This is controlling its X, yes. So we take the house X and we want to put that, and that's going to be that divided by 2. So we grab these guys here. Let's duplicate them and bring them up to here. X. That's Z, and that's X right there. So we take the X, plug it into divide, and put the set location into here. Alright, and then just so I can visually see wherever the hell it is, let's see this. Okay. Count is 10. Alright, count is 13 right now. We'll make a count of 15. Where is it at? There it is. Okay. There's the mesh line. Currently, it is house X. It is fine there. Actually, I could use that as a chimney. Huh. We'll figure out how to do the chimney like that, too. Hey, we got the chimney! Let's see here. So, we want this to actually be divided by -2? Is that how division works? I'm not sure. Nope, that's not how division works. Okay. Bring something else up, though. Oh, wait. -2, and then... That's right. There's, No, wait, hold on. Divided by 2. Oh, and I'm adding 1. I need to subtract 1. Right. Okay. Right. Okay, so that brings up the wall for there. Kind of. That gives kind of the location of where the start location is, but it needs to be actually on the end of one of these. So it needs to be, start location needs to be y divided by 2. Alright, and I don't think we need a +1 for that guy. So we'll do a add 0. We don't need that. So y, start location, divide... you need to be 0. You need to be 2. There. Okay. Actually, yes, that doesn't need to be add 1. Add 1. Okay, there we go. Okay, so now we have a... And then we need the height of this guy to be the count. Let's move these points right on up here. Oop, no. Scale. Move these points right on up here so we can see what we're doing. Righto. Okay, and that should give us a proper count. House tall. How tall is it? It is 14 tall. It is 9 tall. There we go. So, we have a count. Oh, we need to add 1. Oh, okay. Let's duplicate that and let's add 1. Add 1 to the count. Ta-da! Give it a save. Alright, so we have that. Was that proper? No, it wasn't proper. Right. Right. That's not proper. The house count does not need to be that. Right. It needs to be... The house count needs to be the Y value. Yes. So the Y value needs to be the 10. Which one's the Y value? This one's the Y value. That one's the Y value. Okay. Because this also needs to be laying down. So its offset location needs to be Y. It needs to be Y and no Z. So it needs to be that way. Oh wait, is that correct? Oh, that's correct. Perfect. There we go. All right, there we go. That's exactly what I needed it to be. Alrighty. So now we have that, but we need another mesh line. We need the mesh line to be on the mesh line. So we do this. And we should be able to copy everything that we just created into the instance on points. So this is the instance again, and we're putting this guy on top of this guy. And just to give us a visual, we will add in cubes for this guy into here. Alright, and then, let's see here, this guy goes into there, this guy goes into there, and then we want this to be 0, and then we want this to be 1. Okay, good. Now we need to put it in a proper location. How tall is it? That's right, its height needs to be dependent on this value. How tall? That tall. That's how tall it need be. Okay. And it does not need to go on the Z by 1. It needs to just come right back down. It does not need to be relocated on the Y direction. I do not believe. But on the X direction. Right there. And Y direction, and then -1. Oh. -1. Start location. House Y. Oh, right. Okay, so this needs to be divided by -2. House X. Okay, that's the right direction. That's the right direction. Now it just needs to, 0. Oh, I'm doing both. Oh, I'm doing both. Whoops. Okay. Oops, I shouldn't do that. Okay. Alright, what am I doing wrong here? Okay, start location is Z or off. Okay. This is how is it dealing? This is X. That is X. This is Y. That's X, that's Y. This is X, that is Y. That is house. This is house. This is house size. Alright, so to get it in the correct position, I need to set the mesh line. Oh. I put this at 0, 0, 0, 0. Oh, that doesn't... Oh, right, because it's instancing off the instance. Right. Okay, let's get rid of this guy, because we don't need any more cubes there. This guy is unimportant. Right. Tall. Tall works fine. Y works fine. X works fine. Oh, okay. Right. Okay, its start location is unimportant. Yeah, okay. So it just goes blop out of existence. It doesn't need one because it's already being instanced on that. Okay. And this is what I was wondering if I could do. If I could so I was wondering if I could take the mesh line that comes out of this guy and just say delete geometry out of it. So what I'm thinking is that search, if I do a math here, and I do that modo or thing here, Moldor, and I want an index. Okay. I want to separate components. There's components. Mesh curve volume instance. Interesting. Okay. I have no idea what that would do. Separate geometry. Okay. What I think I can do is I can separate certain points here that will be affected. So if I were to put in separate geometry here, selection index every 2 of these guys, it should get me like every... Oh, okay. So every instance there, it does that. Okay. Okay. And then if I do this separate geometry here and do the index here, that makes no sense. Point. Mesh line. Yeah. Point. Mesh line point. Mesh line point. 3. Oh, I'm doing index. Right. I didn't do the modo thingy. There we go. Okay, so now I get every 3, I get that. But now I need to figure out how to invert this guy instead of Oh, wait, I'm selecting it. Oh. Right, okay. So if I go up to 4, let's do a, search, what was I after? Join? Join geometry? Join geometry, okay. Oh, in integer. That's what I was wanting. I was wanting an integer. Integer here. Plug this guy in instead of 0. Bring it up to 1, 2. Okay. So 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay. So it's getting a grid of these things here. So every now and then it selects a certain one to separate. So I want the selection of, let me see what the inverted of this guy looks like. So this gets me just those points there. What is that? Okay, interesting. You can try looking into SDF like a box, SDF for box selection for making windows later. What is SDF? Single direct file? Sorry, I'm just terrible with lingo and terminology. That's that's really all I'm super terrible with, because I can't retain some of the knowledge that is done in these tutorials. So let's see here. I want. This is just going to be that selection. So what it does is only produce the same one that it sees. So the selection will be the window. So if the selection is the window, that means that whatever this guy gets will be the window area. Right. So the inverted is going to be the wall itself. I think. So if we join geometry of these two, so that one would be... Let's cut this guy here really quickly. Inverted. Okay, separated. Okay, so I want this to be the window selector. So this one is going to be the one that has the windows. And anything that's inverted will still be wall. Still be wall. No. Okay, everything that's going to be selected will be wall. Alright, yeah. Okay, so everything that's selected will be wall. Okay, for that section. And everything that will be selected for here will be wall. So everything that is selection. Okay. Now I want all of the inverted ones to be... I want them to be wall as well? Because I'm trying to get a single point in the center to be it. Because I want a certain selection amongst the mesh line itself. Oh, okay, hold on. So that will be wall, yes, correct. But I might need another separate geometry here with the same moldo. Okay. Moldo. And then this will also have points. Axinem coming in with 13 people. Hello. Signed distance function. Oh, okay, so separate by distance. Okay, I get you. Separate by distance. Yeah, I could do that. I've had so much trouble with that though. So I was trying to think of another way that I could do that. Let's see here.
Shout out. Shout out. Oh my god.
Hello, Pogoon friends. Hello, Axinem. Welcome on in. Just trying to figure out currently, in terms of what needs to happen with some of these, selected things. Okay. So the selection portions, okay, they have, so the selected portions need to have the wall in them. So if I do a search join, I need another join geometry here. What's giving me the cubes right now for this? Okay, that is currently giving me the cubes. So let's join geometry with this guy. We'll join geometry with this guy and see if the selection of that is what, no. Inverted? Ah, okay. Okay. Not that. But this. No. Oh. Maybe the selection. Maybe I'm looking at this all wrong. Maybe I'm okay. Maybe I'm looking at this all wrong. Let's remove this and let's remove this guy. Okay. I have the current ones selected by 4, 5, and that would be the lines that would have the windows in them. Okay. Alrighty. Okay, so I want the inverted selected lines because the lines aren't even there to begin with. Right. I want those ones to have a certain removal of a point. Right. So those will have this on them to be able to join to geometry there. Bingo. There we go. Okay, so now I can move, like, windows around a little bit here. I can get these to be like that. So I can do, like, every 3... how do I move the window up? I want to move the window up is what I want to do, too. If I were to delete the geometry of the instanced line, like if I were to do something like, no. Ooh, separate. If I separate just that first point. So this only counts from the point that I want it to. Okay. I get you. Hold on. If I separate from the line that I want it to, and just do an index, compare, duplicate, bring this down, and I do a separate here, and it only counts the ones that I want it to. Do a compare of... Ooh, I just need a compare node. How are you doing, XNM? What were you up to on your stream, by the way? Did we get a shout out for XNM at all? Shout out at XNM.
Shout out.
We are having a good stream. We started off by having a quick thing into the impossible pathway, which is okay. But I quickly wanted to get through this guy, just going like, let's do a thing maybe, because I wanted to quickly get into this portion because this one is complicated. It is super complicated. I think I'm overcomplicating myself, but hey, that's what I do. Give me a compare node. I want to compare. Yes, but there ain't nothing wrong with 2 shoutouts. Oh. No, there is not. There is not, is there? Announcement, Nightbot. Oh, there it goes. Oh, Becca did it. I'm sorry, Becca. I'm not paying attention. Greater than. Okay. I want a, less than or equal to is what I want. Less than or equal to, its index of, and I want not a float, but an integer. Thank you very much. And I want to separate the geometry here. So this is going to get instanced into this mesh line down here. So it needs to have a join geometry down here. Where's join? Join. There you are. So you are going to get instanced down here and into there. That shouldn't change anything. We want to select point 0 and point 1. We want to have the selection go into the geometry, and then the invert is going to go down to here. Whoa. Do I have that backwards? And then the invert goes down to here? Invert. Down to here. Nope. Maybe I joined it in the wrong spot. Okay. Did I join it in the wrong spot? Okay, hold on. Okay, so that gives me result of... I have no idea. So I'm selecting the right sections. Alright, what am I doing wrong here? Okay. I want to select it so it takes the moor of the bottom layer. Okay, so I want to take it so that whatever selection of the bottom layer of this guy, okay, that guy, the bottom layer of that guy goes somewhere else, and that layer is where? Building the RV. Oh, hey, Jurassic Park Lost World as the leg of my nether. Cool. I'm used to that. Eh. Sorry. You shouldn't have to be used to that. Should be able to do that just fine. Okay, so this is creating the spots for that. That is what's being separated here. Okay. So I want to separate this, if I'm correct. This. And actually, I don't need a join geometry. Okay, I want to separate that, and I want to take its selection. And I want to take its selection and anything less than 1. If I put its selection up there, okay, that does the lines, and its invert is just the other lines. Okay, no. Okay. Separate geometry. Okay, that's not what that does. Unless, actually... Alright, which one is the layer one? Cut it there. That one is the layer one. Okay. That one is the layer one, and this is the one that's getting the separation. So it is the invert of this. Okay. So anything less than... So equal then or less to 0, selection, that. If I increase this, it does that. Okay. Kind of. Alright. And what integer do we have? We have a 3. So if I plug this guy into this guy, I get 2. No. 2 and 1. Well, nobody's gonna have a 2 window. I was thinking along the lines of a grid that you could expand and contract and go up and down with, but that's not exactly what's happening here. Okay, that's not exactly what's happening. Because it is realizing the instance and allowing it to do that. If I bring it down to 2, and then I just bring this up to 5. And 6. What? Hello? Are those the only ones that it does? Is just that? Oh, because it's taking the mesh line itself. Oh, right. Right. It's taking that mesh line. Okay. I may have to do something completely different. Okay. Again, we're going to straight up just get rid of all of that. Get rid of it. We're gonna just scrap it. Scrap it. Oh wait, no, I do need some of that stuff, don't I? Alright, this can all just go away. This needs to be the instance. That needs to be the mesh line. Okay, there we go. We got that wall. So we do need to figure out which ones that we can get and not use. Unless I do something like search, separate geometry, and I just do the modal selection. And actually, give me a realize instance. Realize instance here. Plug that. Why not? Oh, that's realize curve or sample curve. My bad. My bad. Realize instance. Here we go. And then we select certain ones here. Okay. And then we can go up a few count and Okay. Kinda... What if instead? What if I just did a noise? What if I just did a noise texture into the color of the selection and did that to compare to a, compare integer color this into index to here, and then I took the noise and I did a math. Actually, let's do a search vector math here, and I did a multiply. Okay, and then the results then went into selection. 40? No, because that's just gonna increase. Okay, yeah, that doesn't work. Okay. Realize instance, and then math, search, position. What if I plug a position into this guy? No. I am terrible with distance stuff. With remove by distance. I am terrible with it, and that's why I'm trying to avoid it. Because I know that's been my bane for a while. If I do that, what happens? No. Position. That's not gonna work. Multiply. Nope, that's not gonna work. Point. Okay. Alrighty. I'm gonna have to give up on that, aren't I? I don't want to, but I'm gonna have to. Alright. Alright, we're gonna do this, because I don't want to. I really don't want to, because I know I'm terrible at it. Let's do a distance. Merge by distance. No. Let's do a distance. Distribute points by fish. Merge by distance. No, it's not it. Proximity. There we go. Geometry proximity. We want faces. What's its target? It's gonna be a cube. What's the cube gonna do? The cube is going to be where? Where's the cube gonna be? It's going to be on one of these areas. I don't know where. How do we get that cube to be where we want it to be? How do we get you where you need to be? Wait. Separate geometry. What if we do a random value? Wait a minute. You should work. Why aren't you working? Boolean? You should be working. By index. Index, and then compare. Compare, index, or, nope, give me an integer. I really shouldn't be deleting these geometry thingies that I know, Boolean, compare. Hello. Interesting. This should work otherwise, right? Like, if I put you there, you should work. But you don't. Huh. Okay. Remove you. Instance on points, and then... Doesn't need that. Instance on points, and then this boolean can go into, what is it, instance index, or selection. Points, realize instances. Okay, that gets me that. No, just, there it goes. Okay, so it gets me that, but can I invert it then again? Like, can I invert this in order to get me a window that it needs to be at? Selection, and do a search, math, and just say multiply by -1. Can that get me an invert of exactly that? No. Somehow I've got to delete the cube and replace it with something else, is what needs to happen. Is it just delete geometry? Okay, let's grab a delete geometry then. Realize, and then do a delete geometry here, and then do another thing exactly like it. Okay, so we have a delete geometry. We plug you in. You get that. Duplicate. Oh, wait, hold on. Multiply by 1. Okay. Okay, that will get me the exact opposite. That will get me the exact opposite, right? Yeah, that'll get me the exact opposite. Okay. So if I get you a cube that is basically a window, I can do that instead. Okay. Alright, alright. So that will get me just at least something that's usable to be like, oh hey, here's a window, and then let's just put a window here or there or something like that. Just something to put there that I can get a window somewhere. All right, that'll get me something. All right, moving on then. Alright, let's do a save here, and then we do need to get that same structure of a mesh line creating these types of stuffs on the other walls now. So we have a full system for a wall for that. Do 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 do. All right, we need how does this go? This is the window system right here. The random window system, which would give a an interesting look to the house, that's for sure. That's going to be the window system here. Okay, and then these instances go over here, because these are all just that cube. So this is wall 1, that's wall 2. So let's go ahead and take these things and duplicate them. So all of this, do a Shift P, get you into a group here, and duplicate and move everything up. Duplicate, bring you up, and then we need to have you have a joint geometry down here. Alright, now I just need to move this guy up. Right, okay, and then we just need to get this guy in there, and we need to have these correctly be attached back up. No, we want like that, and then like this. Right, and then this plugs into there, and into there. Nope. Alright, now I need to make sure that this thing goes on another wall. So the first mesh line, its start location needs to be whatever the X is. Okay, let's change this to 0, change this to -2. Oh, it needs an instant, it needs the cube, doesn't it? Yeah, it needs the cube. There it is. There it is, okay. So its location is there. Is that proper? No. No, that is not proper. I do need to transform its... Well, its start location needs to be where? 2. We want X, Y, and Z. We want its Y, which is the second one, here, to be what's affecting that. Okay. So its Y location is now being affected. That's correct. That's the middle of the wall. Okay. Is that... No. No, that's not correct. 0. 2. That, I think, is correct. There we go. And then this will go Y. No, that's not correct. Alright, concentrate. its y value, this is the y, needs to be... Oh, wait, I did have it correct, yeah. Hold on, go back. Okay, yeah, that's correct. Now its x location needs to change from this. This x location actually needs to be 2. And that will follow this, and this will follow that. Yes, okay. Then we can add 1 into there. 0. We need to add 0 into there. And then its offset needs to be in this direction on the x. Oops, -1. There we go. Alrighty. Yes. And then 1 more on the y direction. There we go. There we go. Okay, so that's wall 2. It does have its growth and shrink still attached to the y. It needs the growth and shrink attached to the x. There we go. Okay, good. Bum bum ba-dum ba-da-ba-dum. Bum ba-da-ba-da-ba-ba-da. Alright. Let's go ahead and make the next wall. Yeah. Kind of made it a little bit more convoluted than I wanted to. Simply because I thought that one system would work. I probably could have stuck with another system. You know what? Why not? Why not? Why not? I think this was a system that could have worked, but it didn't. So I'm just gonna make things a little bit simpler for myself here. I'm just gonna make things a little simpler for myself. And I'm going to no. Because I did have a chimney system that was going to work with one of these things, right? So let's cut that here and move this over here. So that can differ. So we got a chimney system that we can use for that. So that'll be a chimney system that we eventually get into there. Hey, Watchful, how's it going? Alright. Let's change this up. Let's get those walls up for this section instead. So X. Yep, X. Nope. Okay. Y into the bottom. X into the top. X actually into this one. X. And how tall? Okay. So I have another guy here. Join geometry. Let's plug you into here. Transform right there. So indecisive right now. Ah, I'm so indecisive. You know what? No. I'm so indecisive. Okay. Let's keep this system. It is a more convoluted system, but I mean, it's... I feel irritated at myself because I had this plan of doing something and it never actually worked quite out exactly the way I wanted it to. Because I was hoping that I would be able to get some sort of grid system in there, but that didn't end up happening. Alright, so this last one here... Last one here, the start location, it needs to go same direction, but its location needs to be -y. Yeah, and right here, this can just be -2. -2, there it is. There's the other system. And then we want its y to be -1, and then that will be over there. Okay. So we have a house that will work with a system here. That's nice. It works. Not precisely how I want it to, but whatevs. Whatevs, yo. Give that a save. It's like pancakes. The first one never turns out right. Yeah, I don't think there's going to be another time, though. This is like going to be the only pancake that I ever create, though. I want to get a base around this thing, because the reason why I came back to this system is because this this base section here on the house, I want to get a brick layer around that too. So all of these are going to have like a different texture for each thing. So this is the floor right here, and these are the that's the floor, this is the walls, and then this is going to be, this down here is going to be the that's the floor, that's the walls. And then up here, we need to make these lines that we've already created, these mesh lines down here. We want them to be moved down a little bit. So we already have the mesh lines that we want. We now can take this guy and make another instance. So it's going to be this this same cube that's down here. But this one, Shift P, this one's going to be called wall. And that one is going to be called window. Okay. Oops. Oh yeah, that's right. Ah, I can just name the things. So this is going to be, each one of these is going to be called wall or window. If I name these window. Oh, I can't name them. Okay, never mind. Window. There we go. And then do window. This one is going to be called wall. This one is going to be called a... Actually, no. Those don't need to be labeled. Right. This one is going to be called, labeled as wall. That one is wall. Actually, Shift P.
FBI, open up!
Come on in. Everything's all good. I swear. Look, it's Ben. Well, come on in, Ben. How you doing, yo? Wall. Right down here, this one is going to be called window. And then there's going to be another one. Another one. This one is going to be called base. base brick. Base brick. Okay. And...
Am I making you upset?
No.
Ha 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 ha.
Search transform. Here we go. I'm gonna bring this transform in here. This mesh line. And this mesh line is basically going to just move down on the Z by 1. That's all that thing is gonna do. But it's not going down. Oh, right. Brick. Brick, window, and then... Go over. Brick. Base brick. No? -1. -1. There we go. Okay. So that is going to be the base brick, and I just need to delete you. Grab you two, do a copy, and then do a paste. And put these each in this section here. Then paste one more time. You're gonna be the base brick for this guy. I do need another grid for that backside, but I think I need a mesh line there though. I think I might need to.
Not looking too hot right now. You need something that looks prettier. Outfit change.
What are we changing into? Funny, I just came back from getting tea at the same time. Cool. Thank you for the 15 biddies, by the way, Ben. What are we changing into? Spin that wheel, but only choose even numbers. If it lands in an uneven number, spin again. Well, that's not the rules that we normally play with, but I am gonna just go ahead and play with them anyways. Spin. 73. If it lands on an uneven, spin again. Why not? Spin. Why not? 125. Spin. 100. Outfit 100. Alright. What is outfit 100? 100 is BMX. Let's do it in BMX then. I'm sorry that you can't spin it. BMX. Or BMC. It was B. Hold on. BMC. BMC GX is what I saw. And I just kind of replaced the letters here. Whoops. Shush. Bush. There we go. Oh. Alrighty. I think what I also need to do here is I need to get that base line, but I need to get that base line on the back wall too. So if I just take this basic baseline right here, plug it into the brick back here, I need to... Where did you go? Okay, you're over there. Right. So I actually want you... Not this one. I actually don't want this one. Just delete all that. And I want... Which one is this one? Okay, I want this one, right? Yeah, that one. Okay, this one I want. This one. Grab this one. Because mostly everything here should be about the same as the back wall. I just need to change something to a negative instead. So this guy will come down to here. And that will give me a base brick. I don't know, but oh yeah, that's right. Okay, there's that base brick, but I want that one to be where at? Start location. Negative Y. So this one needs to be -2. No. Negative X. Oh, okay. Negative X. Or positive X in this case right here. Okay. And then this needs to have on the X a +1. There it goes. Okay, so I have that at least. Mesh line, transform, all this stuff is just going to go away here. Go away. You have no purpose. Okay. Give that a save. So I have the base brick for the back wall. Oh, okay, I see what was going on. Alright, I still needed this. Right, okay, so this stuff I can get rid of. And then it should still work, yeah. House Y. House X. Okay, good. Good, good, good. And that will work. Give that a save. And then I need to do mesh line, brick, mesh line, brick.
Negative Y? Negative because.
Nah.
What? Not funny? Okay, I'll keep
Nope.
on munching on my breakfast then.
Yep, you do that. Thank you for the boop of the snoot as well. I appreciate that, yo. Time for the pillow. Alright, good night, Axionym. Be safe, yo. Sneaks in, bomb. Why you... my... Being sneaky. So sneaky, I didn't notice until 3 minutes later. Alright, we need baselines for these other ones here too. Okay, let's grab those. So the baselines need to be plug just into base brick? Yeah, just needs to be plugged into base brick. That's it. Okay. 'Cause I've already made it for those. Okay. Alrighty then. Now I also kind of need those lines to no, this is actually valid. I just need to make sure I realize that it's valid. Okay. Now I need to give these guys 4 corners and a roof. Alrighty, so let's give this guy 4 corners and a roof. How do we give it 4 corners? I guess we can use the same system that we're using here. Of its location of the mesh line. So its mesh line needs to be... Ooh. What if its mesh line had all the same stuff? Okay. So all the same stuff. Hold on. There's a lot of... Oh yeah, that's right. And we're separating this because it's dependent on what item it is. Okay, so mesh line. Do a transform. Okay. And... But its count is only 1. So it has this same little system here. And mesh line, it needs to come down and then be instanced. No, it's mesh line. Yeah. Yes, okay. Here, and this mesh line is also still dependent on everything else here. So we have this mesh line. There, yes. And it just needs to be relocated on the Z by 1 and the X and whatever direction it needs to be on the X. Okay. Okay, so if I plug this guy into its own new little instance section here, let's drag this guy up, and drag this guy up, and drag this guy up. I drag this guy up. I drag it up. This one is going to be wall corner. Let's do corner. Corner. Let's do that. Plug you in, and you also get a block radio, and we want you to go from here to there. So where is you? Which one am I instancing from, by the way? I'm instancing from this one. Oh. Okay, so if I'm instancing from this one down here, its start location is over here. So if its start location is over here, it needs to go in the negative y by 1, negative 1. Oh, nope, nope. It needs to go in the negative x by 1. Negative... negative 1. Positive 1? I'm gonna get it. Okay, so... how tall? Okay. It seems to be shortened. Oh, that's because it's down. Okay, yeah. That's right, okay. So, we'll just instead do this, where we add yet another 1 to this. Do a count here, mesh line there instead. Okay, so that will give us a wall corner. And this system, we want to copy that and then bring it down to want to copy it and bring it down to another system. That, bring it on up. And then this one is... which one? Is that wall, and its start point is back here. I kind of want its start point to be somewhere else. I want its start point to be actually in the back. Is there a quick way that I can do that to flip this line? So... its length is correct. Its count is going to be correct. Its up and down is going to be correct. This is x. So its x is going to be -1. Or -2. -2. Okay. And then the other direction is going to be -2. No. That one's fine. That one can stay 2. Its other direction, its count. Can its count go in the negative? Or do I just flip the whole darn thing around? Can I flip the whole darn thing around? How do I flip the whole darn thing around? It has a mesh line. Oh, okay. I know. Okay, it just needs to go in a positive one direction. Right. There we go. Flipped around. Perfect. And that changes the base as well. And then we can take the mesh line, count, add 1 to it. And it just needs a count here. And then we can plug that into corner. Where are you? Transform. Alright. Nope. Oh yeah, that's right. You don't have a cube yet. You need a cube. And then I can see wherever the hell you are. Nope. That's not it. Where are you? Transform, instance, mesh line. Mesh line. Oh, it needs points. It needs points, right? Ooh. No. I just want the mesh. Oh. Mesh line without a count is the points. And that one is the instance. Ah, right. Yes. And then its thingy goes there. Okay, yeah. There we go. Why are you double tall? Yeah, why are you double tall? You should not be double tall. You do need to go in the Z direction, you're fine. X direction, -1. Correct, okay. Okay, why are you double tall? How does that work? Oh, I'm doing stupid, aren't I? Wait a minute. This mesh line, add 1. Why is
Oh
that
my
working?
god, Puka, you are such a derp. You're good.
That shouldn't work. Why is that working? Why is that working? That shouldn't be working. Okay. Currently, it's the mesh line, right? And it has... Right. Mesh line working. Currently, through itself. This mesh line is going up. This mesh line needs to go into here. And this mesh line needs to go into here. There's another mesh line here. Okay, this one needs to go there, right. Okay. This count needs to be 1. Okay, I get it, okay. So this needs to be just 1 again. Alright. So it was working, I just didn't know why it was working. It shouldn't have. Alright, so this needs to get copied over. This guy, this guy, this guy, this guy, this guy, and this guy all need to get a copy. Give it a save, and then we want to bring it down to here. Do a paste, grab radio, and then mesh line here, duplicate, yes. This one gets that. This has a count of 1. Right. Okay, this comes into the points. This transform is okay, I guess. And we'll plug you into corner. I should have another corner to this thing. Oh, wait. No, it doesn't have bricks. Right. It needs bricks. Where are you? There he is. Why are you there? Why, fourth, are you there? I thought I flipped things around. Okay. Okay, so you're pulling from there. And your back's end is going over there. I do just realize that... What are you doing? Get it, Pop?
3, 2, 1, pretty horses.
You okay? Doing okay, Pop? You go, Pop. You need to go outside? Ugh. You need to go outside, Pop? Is that what you need to do? Okay, come on. Alright, I gotta take a puppy potty break here, guys. Sorry. BRB, puppy potty break. Oh, puppy potty.
Ah, someone wants to play.
Ah. Extreme basketball? Extra basketball? Ah. Go ahead and flip that. Yep. And then instead of I want it to go in the negative y.
Hey, Puka.
Yep, we're fine.
Hey, moderator is trying to get your attention. Puka.
Hi.
They're trying to get your attention.
I know.
Puka, pay attention to the chat. Psst, psst.
Thought I'd let you guys finish your thingy. Move the BRB. I thought it was nice there. What, you didn't like the BRB?
Oh my god, Puka. You are such a derp. You're
Nope.
good.
Okay, and then I want it to go Y1. Or no. I just need the thingy to properly line up with this. There it is. There we go, something like that. Yep, works fine. Okay, now we have that corner. Now we need the last corner, which is right up here. Bum bum. Bum bum bum. Do a transform, grab this guy, this guy, this guy, and this guy. And we want to grab this guy too. Want to copy that and then paste. Bring it on up to here. And we take all of this and we kind of move it down a little bit. Move this guy back up to there. Something like that. Cube, yes. And then it wants to go into the corner. Right there. Oh, where does this guy go? This guy goes where? He needs to have this value. He also needs to have this value. There it is. There it is. 0. And then 1. There we go. Okay. Now I have a corner wall system. There we go. So now I have corner wall, base brick, window, wall, and then I can set those accordingly to what each one is. So let's go ahead and get a roof over this guy's head, which should just be the floor. Should just be the floor, but up higher. So just grab this guy, duplicate him. House X, house Y. Let's get a at least a ceiling here. Do a duplication. And we want this to be the ceiling. Like that. And then like that. We'll do a join geometry so that way we can figure out where you go correctly. Bring you in. And you need to go in its position. You need to have a transform. Cut. Copy. Paste. Grab. Put you here. Transform by how much? However tall it is. Duplicate. Divide by 1 on the z-axis. Tall. Into the location. There you go. Divide, and then also add. Add 1 onto the z. That should get me a roof where it needs to be. Cool. Let's get a system where we can currently just get rid of all of these random windows that we really do not need. Let's do a search and just a, I just want a rerouter, I guess, from the random value. Yeah, from the probability. Reroute, let's put it right here, and let's just grab the random probability. Plug that into here. Why not? Random probability, random probability. Grab this, bring this down, and plug that in. Bring that into here. There we go. Get rid of that wall there. So input. Excuse me? Excuse me? Oh, that's the ID. Oh, whoops. Okay, Okay, let's try that again. We want the probability. Probability. Okay, we want the probability. That's what we want. Plug that into here. There we go. Input needs to be from 0 to 1. There we go. Okay. Much better. Much better. Much better probabilities. Much better. Okay. And then I can just have a few windows in here, I guess. And we'll figure out another system in order to remove windows. Let's bring this guy on down to a normal villager house size. Get some textures on it, as it were. Because here it can have random windows, and it'll be pretty okay. I'll give it as just a random probability, like so. Actually, you know what? Let's give these guys different seeds as well. So instead of 49, let's go 36, and then one of these can be that way. There we go. So they're not all the same seeds. There we go. And actually, let me give me the seeds as well. Reroute. Seeds. And all of these will have different seeds. Search, math. I'm just gonna give this one a add 1, and the other one an add 2. Add 2. There we go. Plug you in, and then plug you in, and then this one will go to that guy, and then this one will go to that guy. Just to make sure that they all have different seeds, and I can just give it one slider here. Okay. But it's a temporary system anyways. Hey, Sacred Lotus, welcome on in. Good to see you. Alrighty. So I have house, kind of. I do want to get, I do want to get some sort of roof system on here as well. What I think the easiest roof system I can do is, there's going to be 2 of them. Let's grab, let's grab a save here, and I want to then make some sort of roof, and I'm going to grab the grid for the floor here. Okay. Grid for the floor. And I want to kind of expand it out so that it touches the top of everything. So everything is the same for the floor, except I want to only get the edges. No. No. Well, yes. But no. That'll be a different system. I want to see if I can get like a thingy around the top of it. And I think what I can do is I can take the brick base. I can actually take that and just bring it up. Yeah, let's do the brick base and bring it up. So if we do that, let's do a take this, search, transform, and I want to bring it up dependent on this guy over here. You are going to transform. I need a math. Shift A, search, math. Here we go. And we want this math house tall. And add 1. Shift A, search, math, vector math. This is going to go into there, and it needs to be divided by 0, 0, 0, and this one is going to be 1. And that's going to be the translation. Add 2. Oh, yeah, that's right. Add 1. 2. 2 for right now, and we're going to see what happens. 2. And then we take this guy, plug him into here. Perfect. Good. I get a little ridge thingy around the top. That's exactly what I wanted. And then let's do a... I'm going to dive into that little stupid little thing called a moor again. I want to see if this will work. This should work. Or mortar, or something like that. I'm not sure. Modular. Yeah, this one should work, though. Because if I do a separate geometry here, and then plug this guy, and just give it like a number 2 or something like that, that should separate everything. Base. Maybe instead of separate geometry, maybe do a delete geometry. Delete geometry. There we go. Plug that guy in. What? And then which ones? That one. Point. Edge. Base. Oh, right. It needs an index. What am I doing? Okay. Face, and it needs to be instance. There we go. Okay. See, that works. That works. Alright, so now I have a little castle ridge on top of this guy that will work along with it as well. So that's nice. Got that little thing going too, and I can just take and remove that if I need to. So that's a roof system. Hey-o.
Moderator is trying to get your attention. They're trying to get your attention.
That's a very blue powder. It is, isn't it? Hydrate. And welcome on in. How you doing, BMC? And do mod pokings at regular intervals? That's not a bad idea. That's not a bad idea. Or I can just actually look up whenever I need to do a save. Whenever somebody says hit the save button, look on up. I should do that though. Some redeem outfit changed. Yeah, and it was a random. Ben picked accidentally picked yours just through the spin. Is it random or is it destiny? Any hoozles. We do want another roof system on top of this though, and I'm not sure if this one's going to work. But I do want the grid system here. How would this work? How would this even work? Not sure if this would work. I'm not sure if I can get a peaked roof.
Bring burn. You need something that looks prettier. Outfit change!
Always pick favorite outfit. Don't let the horses know I gave you the option. Anyways, pick my favorite outfit. Huh. Oh, you did. I thought you were gonna do something like that. I gotta pick one at random, kind of. That one. That one. That'll do. This one's pretty good. I like this one. Roof. How would a roof work for this? Other than the one that I currently have, I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Yeah, I'm not so sure. Let's get some texture on these guys. Let's get some texture on here. Let's bring in, like, say, a material. We want it to be. Oh, nope. We want a. Let's do a brick. We want a brick layer here just to get a silly little house. Bricks in there. And we gotta do this for all of them, so we might as well wait until we have all the textures we want. We want a stone cobble. Let's get a cobble. Cobblestone. Load cobblestone. Yes. Okay, good. Oh, yeah. I remember what I needed to do. Oh, yeah. I remember what I was going to do with some of this, this stuff here. Let's bring in... I want to bring in a transparent one. Or, actually... that's right. Yeah, that's right. There was going to be the option to remove the walls. Let's grab a, oak. Oak log. Place oak log, yes. And then we also kind of want oak log, cobblestone. All right. I think that will be good. So, where do we want to place these? Let's do a search. We want set material. I'm gonna set a material here, and we want to get these different ones. So the bricks is the base, the oak logs, oak planks. That's right, we need oak planks too. Cobblestone, brown mushroom. Okay. Oak planks. And I don't know. I don't know what to do for the top portions. We'll just do those for now. We want this to be what now? We want this wall here. This is what? This is the floor. That's the floor. So let's do a Shift P and rename that to floor. Okay, and then we want this to be Shift P. This is the ceiling. Ceiling? I think that's how you spell it. I'm terrible. Alright, and then that way we can set a material right after these guys. So a ceiling can be a oak plank. Let's go ahead and get these guys to be proper, shall we? Box. And then give it a coordinate. Right there, good. And then we want to set the coordinates for all of these other ones too. Object, and then box. Cool. I write this at 11:04. My predictions, Puka will leave it at 11:09. Well, you were late. You were too early for your prediction. Right. Right. Your prediction was too early. Object. Box. Object. And box. There we go. Okay. Let's do lay geometry nodes. Give it a save. Yep, blame me. Fine. That's quite fine. I don't want these to be... oh, yeah, I do want those to be oak planks. My bad. Bum, 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 bum. Let's duplicate this guy, and let's do a... Let's set a material and place this, where do we want this to go? We want oak planks. No, we want, the wall is going to be cobblestone. Put the cobblestone walls in there. Okay. And then the roof. Roof can be cobblestone as well. The brick base. That needs to be changed over to bricks. Okay, and then we can duplicate this and we can make the corners as the oak log. There we go. So we actually have a rudimentary house thingy. Save. Alrighty. So I'm wondering, I'm probably going to have to remove a couple of points in the in this line here in order to get a doorway in here. Let's bring down the size of this house really quickly. Alright, bring down the size of the house here really quickly. And then, with all of this math telling me where things go, I can still probably... If I were to remove a certain section of a wall here, let me see which ones are available. So these are the ones that are available. Let's see if we can remove a specific one. If we can remove a specific line here and a specific line on that line. So we have 3 sections here that have this little randomized removal section here. Let's concentrate on that one. We'll pick that one. I want to remove from this guy here. Let's get some of this other stuff, unnecessary stuff over here. I want to remove from here a certain section. Mesh line. Okay. I think I got this. Okay, there's a certain point on here that will have a mesh line. If I were to do a separate instance, bring me over here a reroute really quickly so I can do things off base. Let's bring in a separate geometry, and let's also bring in a join, and I want this geometry. Give me search select no index. Okay, compare, and I want it to be integer and equal, exactly the one that I want. Exactly, give me which one. So selection, plug you into realize instance, that one. Okay. So it gives me the bottom section of that, and it'll go up like this. Okay. So let me grab instead this mesh line. Okay, grab this mesh line, and I want to select just a specific one here. And this will give me the sideways, okay? Okay. So if that gives me that middle one there, dependent on 2, I want the x value divided by 2. X value divided by 2 will get me copy, paste, grab. X value divided by 2. X divided by 2 into here. Divided by 2. Oh, interesting. Okay, so it kind of gives me this side one. Not exactly the one I want. Not exactly. But it kind of works. Kind of works. I'm gonna work with that. Yeah, we'll work with that. And then I can take the inverted as well, plug that into here, and now I can affect this one specifically. So, actually, join geometry, inverted. I want the invert of this to be in there. Okay. So that way, I select only that section. So this guy wants to have the same thing that's happening here. Okay. That mesh line. I need to do an instance on that mesh line here. So if I duplicate this guy and copy, paste, grab, I want to take this same guy and this same mesh line. Okay, and then that one can go right back into there minus something else. So let's duplicate, separate geometry. I want this guy, index, duplicate, just the second one, nothing more. So this mesh line, geometry, inverted selection, into there. This should get me exactly what I want for that. Shift A, search, join, geometry. And I can take this inverted selection. Nope. Yeah, I can take this inverted selection and plug that guy into the realize instances. Along with no, that's not right. That's not right. No. Yeah. This guy here. Oh, wait, no. Here we go. There it is. There it is. Okay. Equal to and less than. Less than and equal to 1. Good. That will give me the correct thing there. Plug in this geometry, and that will give me a hole there consistently that I can put a door into there. And I can take this selection and say, hey, this is going to become a door. So let's go ahead and take this guy and do just a group on this guy. Oh, no, you didn't. Control G. You don't want to group you? Why not? Control G. Control G. Oh, you booger. How dare you? Why? You work. It works. I'm sorry. Why can't you control Z? G. That is so weird. It can't group this. Okay. Well, this is all working automatically, thankfully. I'll just squish everything up like this instead of grouping it. Alright, and then I will take that doorway. So this is going to be the doorway right here. Reroute right there. That's the doorway. We will just do it the old-fashioned way. Old-fashioned way, man. Wow, that is a lot of nodes. You really seriously can't group this? That is so weird. Why can't you? Weird. Give it a save. Okay, so that's going to be the doorway. And I want that selection of stuff to be instance on points, and this is just going to be by itself a door. So this is the points, and that's the cube. There we go. Instance on points. You're going to go into a join geometry right there. Shift P. And door. So you need to become the door area for that. Alrighty. And that one needs to become the window. I wonder if I can do the window afterwards. Let's get a window material in here. Window. Glass. Glass, there it is. Load glass. Yes, that's fine. Window, place this in here. Bricks, bring that in. What? No, bricks. No, I want window, glass. Okay. Shading. This guy. Object, yes. And box. Oh yeah, you're gonna need a different coordinate, aren't you? You're gonna need a location of 0.5. There you go. There you go. Layout, geometry. Cool. And then can I do a transform after this? Transform. Let's take this guy and transform him. Scale. Oh, okay, that's not gonna work. Okay, okay. Just take care of that and push you over there. You, window. Window. I think you need to be changed on the Y. Yes, okay, so you need to be changed on the Y to 0.25 at least. Yeah, 0.25 is pretty good. Yep, and then window, this one is the window. This one needs to be changed to, no, not all of them. Just on the, what do you do when I say 0.25 on the Y? Okay, you go in the wrong direction. You go in the wrong direction, 0.25, there you go, window. x 0.25. Nope, you still didn't. You're still wrong too. 0.25. There we go. There we go. Okay, so I got some window panes in there somewhere. Awesome. That's exactly what I wanted. Equal to and less than. I think that's an oxymoron. Equal to and less than. No, that's a program. What do you mean it's an oxymoron? Do you not know what math is? This guy. Equal, then, or. Well, or. It is or, but it is grabbing everything that is equal to and less than. Because that will create the door there. So this guy, door. Let's grab this guy. We have both of those points. Let's just do a single type of door here. Nope. Want a new, and we want door. Trapdoor. Actually, we could do trapdoor. Those look kind of cool. And we'll do like a spruce trapdoor. Or a jungle trapdoor. Jungle trapdoor. Low jungle trapdoor. Okay. Shading. And then box. There we go. And then we want this guy to be door. There he is. Trapdoor. Jungle trapdoor. Plug you into the geometry and plug you into the geometry, and I should get a box that jungle trapdoor. Huh. That's the correct one. I'm sure about that. That's the door. Jungle trapdoor. Equal to or less to. Well, that's the right one. Separate geometry. Separate geometry. That is the selection of what it is. Unless for some reason it needs to be the inverted. Nope. Yep, inverted, and because I'm getting the inverted, which happens to be... I'm getting the inverted, which happens to be the stuff above it. Everything that's above it happens to be exactly the one that I need. So... I'm not sure what it's doing, because that is the point. Cube. Cube geometry is going into the instance. Going into the door. And I'm setting the materials jungle trapdoor. Geometry. Oh. There. Why is it there? What? Your position shouldn't be dependent on that. Why are you there? Its location and everything is there. its location and everything is right there. Yeah. It suddenly loses all of its location data right there. Why? Why don't I plug this into some transform node, I guess? Transform this guy to where? To where? Over here? Okay. Does that give it a proper location? Not really. It's proper there, but not there. Divide by 2. Huh. And divide by 2. On the x-axis. Okay, so these can be 1, and I'll bring it up to here. And then that will stay there, but it needs to be... Why does it not do that? Super weird. So now its x-axis is unknown, which is irritating. Five. No. 23. Because it's now not able to get its proper location. It gets proper location there. And then house Y. Yep, that works fine. Goes that direction. That direction just fine. And then... should I just divide it by 1? And I get that. Divide by 1 and add... But I can't add. Because it's doing something... Let's try something else. Where we move it on the y-axis by 2. No, not on the z-axis, I'm sorry. The y-axis by... I'm sorry, what? I want to add. Duplicate. I want to add. Add? Yes, good. Plug into here, but not all of these. Add 0 into that node. Add on the Y 1. Okay. We'll do something else. We will just do something else. And that is, I will just shrink it down in the Y direction. Oh, that's the point. Right. I will shrink it down in the Y direction. Like so. And move it back by half. So 0.5. So 0.55. Something like that. There we go. And that way The door is like closed here, it's open here, and it's silly there. Or I can divide it by 1.5. And it can be all over the place. Let's rotate it, I guess. Maybe transform, rotate on the Z a little bit here. Nope, that's not gonna work. Rotation Z. Nope, that's scale. There we go. It's open. The door is open. I guess if I don't know what I'm doing, I guess I can just rely on some other things in order to eventually get it right. So I do need to take this location coordinate here and put it at a 0.5 so that the door actually stays properly textured here. Somewhat properly textured. Let's go back to GeoNodes. Give it a save, and then... Alrighty. So I have somewhat of a house here. Somewhat of a house. Tall. There we go. I do want access to the outside of the roof here. So I feel like I need to get a ladder or something like that here. Let's grab one of these side panels here, or side let's corners here. Corner, there it is. Grab one of these corners, and I want to duplicate that corner and add on a ladder. So we take the transform, plug that guy in. And we can just do a join. Okay. Oh, excuse me. Sorry. All right. You need to be oak log again as well, just to make sure that I know what's doing what. What is this again? Door? I forget what this is. Cobblestone. Roof. That's what this is. This is roof. Shift P. This needs to be roof. Okay. Good. And then I want this to be ladder. This is going to be ladder. I just need to take one of these guys and duplicate you guy, bring up here, rename you as ladder. Okay, you I'm gonna put where? I don't even know where you are. Plug you into the join geometry. Figure out where you're at. Transform on the Z. There you is. So let's go on the Y. There you is. Cool. You need to go on the Y by, like, about, 0.5, maybe? Something like that. And then maybe possibly scale down? What happens when you scale down? Okay. And then if I go tall house, super tall house, yeah, that'll work. It'll work. Okay. And let's give it a texture. We want to give it a ladder texture. We must convince Puka to make more, maybe collect a video of his November stuff. Yep, that's exactly actually what's going to happen. I want to make a NodeVember collection of all this stuff. And actually, I was hoping that I could actually combine all of these projects into one file, and that sounds like it's gonna kill a lot of things. But because I wanna try to do a camera movement around each one, where the camera kind of moves around, and as it moves, it goes into the next project. So each one is viewed from not just the same angle. I would just use the same camera, and it would go through each project. What I might do is I might get a camera movement and put it in each one. Figure out a camera movement for each one, and then copy the camera to each. Oh, and actually, what I might do is actually copy the camera movement and have a little bit extra, so that way I can adjust it for the next file. And so each one will... I'm sorry, I'm thinking of future projects, and I'm like, ooh, I could do this, I could do that, I could do this. Okay. That might work, okay. Alright, let's get a ladder on here. I want ladder, ladder. Ladder, texture, load, okay. We want the shading, and we want this. Do this, object, coordinate, flat, and box. Okay. Geometry nodes. View. There, and then... Okay, and then... There we go. This needs to be ladder. There. You need to be changed to a 0.5. 0.5, there we go, so that it's repeatable. Good. And then geometry nodes. Let's bring this guy backwards a little bit here. So he needs to move back on the Y. So it's just sitting up against the house. And maybe we move it along this other axis here, like say the x-axis, like we bring it back this direction. So that way we can see it when it's on that side of the house. There we go. Something like that. Heck, we could, let's put it, there. There we go, and then this should still work with everything. Forwards, backwards, left and right, yep. If we bring it down to that number, I have to have the ladder over there. Because it doesn't make sense to have it in front of one of those other things there. There we go. Cool. And then X. Perfect. Let's move it. I do want to shrink this down on the other value, though. Was it Y? Yeah, let's bring this practically down to a 0. Where are you going? Why are you... okay. Interesting. If I realize instances here for a minute. Oh, right. I know what's happening. Instance scale on the Y needs to have... Get that. Yep, now gonna do that. Okay, and then... You're still being weird. You're still being weird. Oh, well. Actually, no, I can do this. I can do this. I can grab this to that, and I can shrink the thingy through here. Yeah, and then I can do a Y. Much better. Okay. That's much better. Much better. Okay. Put you there. Give it a save. Alright, I have a ladder on the outside. Now, I do want to get that chimney on the outside as well. Let's go ahead and do that. I think I can just get one of them on, what is it, the back wall side here? Ceiling, grid, that's the floor, and I do want this to go away. Okay. Okay, I have no idea what's happening here. Let me condense all of whatever it is that I'm seeing here. Alright, that's much better. Okay. I cannot see a darn thing that's happening. House tall. Alright, that's better. Give that a save. I do want to get one over there. How do I get one over there? I think it's the opposite one here. Opposite wall that I can use. Let's duplicate this guy, bring him down here. X. Y. And Z. Or X, Y, and how tall. Okay, and then I want another one of these guys. Duplicate. This one's going to be add 3. Oh wait, no, I don't want this. No, that's wrong. That's wrong. Wait, what am I making? A chimney. That's right. I'm making a chimney. No one needs the remove probability of the chimney. No, forget that. Actually, you know what? Yeah, let's just keep it in there in case we want to destroy the chimney, I guess. So let's bring that guy in and add a 3 onto it, just so it's different than everything else. I want to bring this guy into here. That's the seed, and then I want the probability, too. Cool. Radio, and then I want the chimney. How do I get you there? Mau. So what I'm gonna want is a positioning of this guy behind the wall, at least. So let's get the wall section. The wall, which one is the wall? The wall is that one. So let's get this guy, join geometry. Join, and you are going to be going there. Whoop. You're going to be going there. That's going to make it look a little better. Alright, you need to be where? Where do I want to... How do I get you where I want you to go? As a matter of fact, where the hell are you? You are cube, you go here. Okay, so there you are. We want you to change on the X direction. That would be this guy here. By +2, if I'm correct. Yes. And then you need to be... add 1, not subtract. Okay, good. So now let's go ahead and add 2, and that will be behind the wall for right now. And let's remove the probability of other stuff here. Okay, so we got this guy with no windows, but we actually have access to it. let's go ahead and keep this guy small-ish. So whatever the X width is, let's take the X width. Right here. And start location. Okay, count. If I want the Y count, I want to take that guy and divide by an arbitrary number. Let's go by divide by 3. Divide by 3. And this should get me. Okay, yeah. Do I want it there? Do I want it on the side of the house? Do I want it brought in a little bit? Let's move it up a little bit. So its position, its start location can be, let's say 3. Ooh, nope, that's the Z direction. My bad. Okay, 1. Actually, no, put that there, and then I want it kind of like on the ground a little bit, too. One thing on the ground a little bit. Let's bring up the count to past the roof, so let's go 6. Add 6, and we'll have a chimney-esque type area there. And then house Y. So depending on how wide it is depending on how chimney it is. Merge into the next scene. I think it would merge into the next scene is what I'm thinking of. Oh yeah, it's all coming together. It's very chimney, yep. Okay, I do want to... I think... What if our height actually was less than? So if we add 0, it's going to be there. Add 1. It's going to be there. So how tall? There. Add 0. Let's add 0. Let's add 0, but take the same thing. And just push it up a bit. It's gonna be weird. This is all going to be chimney down here. This is all chimney. X, Y, and then Z. And then this will go into the chimney here. But I want to move it up in the Z direction here, giving it add 3. Oh, I need a block for it too. Okay, add 3. 6. Okay, yeah. So that'll move up plus some. Let's just go plus 2. Let's just go plus 2, and we should be able to be okay with that. Because if we bring house tall down to... we need it to have a livable space here. Thank you very much for the subscriptions. Sugar Star, welcome on in, yo. Good to see you, yo. 16 months. Sugar Star. I want to bring...
out.
I want to bring this mesh line here. Divide it by 6. Divide it by 6, and on the Y by 2. Or 1. Do I want it by 1 or 2? Let's also get rid of this randomization thingy here. Random and then this one there. Oh wait, this is the seed. That's the seed. This is the randomization. Okay. Maybe not. I was hoping to taper it a bit, but add one. No, that's not the one. Add divided by 6, divided by 5, 4. Okay, divided by 4, and then y. Divide by... Why don't we divide by that number divided by something else? Okay. Kind of silly, but it might actually work. Divide this number by the number divided by 4. No? Wait a minute. We're taking the same count. Taking this count. Oh, that count. Right. Wrong count. We're taking this count, adding something, and dividing it by that, divided by 4. Okay. That doesn't work. Okay. Because once we get down to this, it goes away. Which I think it shouldn't go away. But, I mean, it is a pretty small house. So I guess we can just keep it the way it is. Divided by 5 here. And then we can make this guy ultra tall at that point. So... house tall. Yeah, at that point we can just make it ultra tall. So it's a little bit tapering, but that's fine. It's a little bit tapering, not as much as I wanted to, or in the right shape, but I mean, this isn't meant to be the perfect house. Cool. So that kind of works. Yeah, that kind of works. Is there a way that I can get a hole in the chimney? Probably not. I don't think there's a way that I can get a hole in the chimney. Yeah, nothing that I can think of that I could get a hole there. Okay. Let's bring this down, bring this down. And then bring this guy down. I mean, the house is meant to be just kind of, like about this size anyways. And let's bring down that chimney a little bit too. Bring it down to there. That seems good. That seems good. Okay, the house is meant to be just kind of like this big. It is meant to be just a teeny house with a little bit of a chimney on there. Okay. All right. I think that's pretty good. I think that's considered to be a house. Oh. I do want to get a light in here. We are going to need a light. We have to have a light in here. Let's go ahead and... or some lights around it. Could get some lights on top of it. Let's see about getting some lights on top of it. Give it a save. I want to bring in something from the asset browser. Dog sounds go leather. I want to see about getting a some torches in here. Where are my items? No, I want torches. Torch. All. Regular GeoNode torch. This is what I want. Small GeoNode torch. Let's toss everything. Whoop. Let's toss everything you see into. Nope. Everything into unused. Right there, and then the GeoNode torch, we can put that there. Alright, unused. Go away. There you is, GeoNode torch. That's all I want from you, is you. Let's go ahead and just instance this guy. Let's just instance this guy. We can grab you, and we're gonna put an instance on the roof section here. What are you? What were you meant to be? Okay, you're the ladder, you're the corner. Roof. Are you the roof? No. Oak log, bricks, window, door, wall, floor, ceiling, ceiling. Oh, this here needs to be bricks, though. You. Duplicate. You need to be bricks. That makes sense. The roof. The roof is on fire. Oh, there it is. There's the roof. Okay. Let's duplicate the roof stuff here. So let me grab the roof stuff. If I just copy this stuff here, because I don't want torches every position on the roof, and I do kind of want it just sparsely. Because I plan on taking the roof and not making it sparse and making it sparse a little bit. So you are going to be... oh, you're bricks. That's right, you're bricks. Let me turn you into points. If I go to instance to points. Instance 2 points. Instance to points, and then drop you in here. Drop you in here. I can take this deleted geometry, put you into here, and I want to do an instance. Sure, instance on points. This will get me torches. If I grab this torch, bring it into here as an instance to here, and just plug you straight into join geometry, right? It works. It works. It's crude, but it works. Alrighty. And then... oh, not that one. You need to going here, and then that will get me a bunch of torches on the top. I do need to transform this guy to move it up more, so on the Z, we're going to go 2. Oh, that's scale. My bad. Okay. Add 3. What the hell? Hold on. What's happening up here? Walls. Okay. I want you to go up. Okay, I want you to go up and turn this here. Duplicate, and then we're going to interrupt this guy here. We're going to move you up by Z1. And then you need to scale down, yo. There we go. There we go. Okay. And that should give me a little bit of light on top of the roof here, too. And then I could also put a light on the inside, just to be coming from the outside. So if I just take... let's see here... I just take the inside light. Let me put, I want to put a fire in there, in the fireplace. Where's the fireplace? Okay, so this is the fireplace. I could... Oh. I could do something here. What if I take this same thing... This same thing... Duplicate this... And... we can just move it into the house instead. So, like, instead of moving it outside the house, you could move it into the house. So just take this guy, plug it into there, and then just move it in the other direction. So, oh, good lord! Ben, thank you very much for that. Instead of adding 2, I add 0. And that should get some bricks on the inside, right? Yeah. There we go, I got bricks on the inside. Bricks on the inside, and then... Thank you very much for the 15 bits there, Ben. I appreciate that, yo. That one needs to be the seed. And this one needs to be the probability. Cool. So now I got that on the inside, and I just want to put a light in there too. Him, so he has some giggle attack from the clip. No. What is this? House is a house.
Yes, of course. I live in a house. Don't you live in house? It has walls. Yes.
It has walls. I want to put a thingy just inside. Just inside. Let me do a join geometry and a transform. This is gonna be very basic. Let me grab emitters, do a duplication here. Yeah, yeah, I want to add. That's right, I want to add in a light point. And I want this point light to be somewhat orangish, and then pretty darn bright. Okay. And then this one's going to be sitting in the middle of the house. So all I gotta do is just say, hey, this point guy, come on in. Yay! As an instance. Yay! Where do you want it? Transform. Transform. Super simple. Right inside the house. Right there. And then bring it up on the Z a little bit. Oh, that's the Z direction. No, my bad. There we go. Now we got a light in the house. And then to make sure that it is outside the house. Comes outside the house. Whoop, nope. Put it back towards the fireplace. Bring it out this way. There we go. Right there-ish. Kind of like, so that way we can have light coming outside the house. There we go. Alright. Alright, so now I have 3 parameters that will randomize a house. I have its X value, I have its Y value, and I have its tall value. Unfortunately, I cannot put a randomization on any of those. But I can make the house and put it somewhere. I can like have this guy and just like stick him somewhere. Like let's go ahead and grab this house and say let's give it a save. Hold on. I'm going to take this guy, duplicate him. I'm gonna bring him over here, and I'm gonna say this geonode is 2 different things. Okay. Okay.
Does the house have a poop room?
Currently the house doesn't have a lot of things inside of it. That doesn't have a lot of things inside of it. House tall. House tall, and then that is house tall. Right there, and then so this one needs to have its value here. These 2 are the same thing. So yes. These need to have a value house tall and house tall. Okay, and then... Whoops, no. Those aren't the right ones. I thought those were the right ones. Okay, my bad. I swear those were the right ones. Okay, what? Those should be the right ones. Paul, grab you and bring you over to here. Oh, okay. That's the right ones. Okay. Wrong one. Okay. You are the right one. And you are the right one. Ooh, go back to here. Bump. Bump. There we go. Okay. Now we have house tall. Get rid of these 2. Right, and then those other 2 values need to go away. This one, just go away. That one. What? Nope. What? Nope. Last one, yes. One below seed, get rid of that one. Okay. So now I have a... Now I have a single node for this house. Oh, single node house. Hello. Good lord. Okay, so now I want to bring in some other assets here. Okay, environment. This is kind of what I've been working up towards to get these houses proper in here. So let's do a grab and rotate. That's fine. Star sphere, and then I want to grab some other environmental effects as well. Let me grab that clearing that I had before, something like that. Geometry nodes. Let me put on I want this is kind of a accumulation of everything that I've kind of built up until now. Is this scene? So let's grab the append on in. Where is it? I want file, append, this guy right here. Small forest is what I want to grab. Small forest, there we go. And then emitters, we bring this down into unused. Put that away. Small forest, where are you? Small forest, there you is. Alright, we want this small forest, but we're going to use it in a node type fashion. I guess it will be the kind of precursor to what we're going to do. Let's bring in another cube. On top of this guy, let's go into geonodes and... Oops, nope, this one. Let's go into this one. And we want to put in a something from the technological thingy. We want to file, append this guy, digital ruins. We want to grab this guy. We're gonna grab an object. I think it's just cube. Yep, it's just cube. Alrighty. Let's go ahead and get rid of... I don't know what you're doing. Vine, Get rid of that. This needs to have less volumetrics. I don't need the volumetrics on this thing. Where is the volume cube? There it is. Volume cube, go away. Let's reduce the... Okay, let's get rid of the vine group for right now. That doesn't need to be here. Okay, good. I want the houses. I want the houses to be in there. Let's do a copy. Let's do a copy of that, and then we're gonna go right into this house right here. Paste. Something like this. And then shrink on down. Okay. I want the houses to go onto like a grid version of that convex hull. So where was the convex hull that I wanted to attach this to? So Shift S or the that's okay. Set position. Okay. There's this. Okay, that might be what I want to set this to. So set position. And we can give that also, instead of deleting the geometry, we can keep its squares. Keep the squares that it has, and then it's using the points. I'm wondering if I should put instead of this cube having all of these points, well, what if we add more points? Nope, nope, nope. What if we add more points to it? Okay. That kind of gives our little area thingy here. Let's increase this guy. Okay. And then increase the vertices here. It is kind of what we want. Not sure if it is what I want though. Let's instead of a cube, let's just do a
looking
cube.
too hot right now. You need something that looks prettier. Outfit change. Outfit change.
Yeah, that might help. That'll help. Okay, much better. Much better. There we go. Arctic Pharaoh Fox. There you go. Puka, quick. I got it this time, though. Woohoo! Alright, I want these houses to go on top of this geometry here. So, where did my node go? Where did my node go? Oh, wait. That's right. This... this cube can just go away. Go away. Alright, and then I have this guy to contend with. Because I don't want the geometry there. Let's grab... We want this stuff to be... Okay, we just want this cube, so let's get rid of that, and we just want the cube. This cube is just going to be 1 meter. So that's a lot of crud. Let's join this guy on in with this. Good. We got that going. And then let's increase the size of the cube. Okay. And then the size of the cubes that are instanced. Let's bring them up to a number 2. Something like that. And then increase the number of cubes. Like that. Okay, and now I want the house to go along on the normal of it. So I want to take everything that I have here. Go to save. I want to take everything that I have and put it on a normal. So let's go ahead and take... This geometry needs to be attached to that. Instance on points. That's right. Okay, so we want an instance on points. This guy. The points are, in fact, the geometry that it has. And its rotation needs to be the normal of it. Attribute, search, normal. Okay. I'm going to put that in the rotation, see if that helps. And this guy goes right into there as the instance. It's a hell of an instance. And let's see if this actually can work. Let me grab one of these cubes here for a minute. I don't know if this can actually work. Hold on. Let me plug this instance and put this house on this guy. Okay. Oh, good lord. What the hell have I created? Oh no, this is gonna work. I don't need this to work.
Puka had a tragic accident. He once was a red fox with orange fur, but then someone had Discord light mode open on their monitor. When Puka walked past that monitor, all the light made him glow forever and ever with the brightest light you can imagine.
How is that terrible? How is that a tragic accident? I'm sorry. Sorry, wouldn't you like to glow with light? It's not tragic. No, no. It's a superhero story, mate. Sorry, I instantly took that off of the text that I was reading. I don't know. Okay. I would love to glow like that. Mm-hmm. All right. All right. So we do need this cube to have some removals here. So let's do this. Let's do a search, and we want a bool. We want a boolean here. Okay. No, not that boolean. We want a. Oh, good lord. Cut this really quickly. Woof. Okay. Shift A. We want to do a search. We want to bring in. As a matter of fact, small forest, go away for right now. Too much. Too much. We want to bring in. That's right. We want to do a random search, random value, and we want it to be a random boolean, and then this boolean goes into the selection. Okay. Yeah, that's the instance, and then I want the cube, just a regular old cube to be that. Okay. And then this guy right here. Okay. So that's correct. That's the boolean that it needs to be. And probability comes down, and we're going to bring that way down before we attach what we want to attach here. So we get rid of this. That was the test. Now comes the actual. All right. So plop. What's it gonna do? Did I do a bad thing? Uh-oh. Kill it. Kill it. Kill it. It's not working. Kill it. And now, what have I done? Kill it. Kill it. Ah. I'm pretty sure I didn't save too far back. No, I want to kill it.
Oh my god, Puka. You
Kill
are
it.
such a
Kill it.
jerk.
Kill it. Kill it. Kill it. Kill it. Kill it. Yep, close program. Do. Okay, so we know that's a little too much. Alright, so we want to bring back that file. Do we want to do restore project? Asteroid Village, I'm pretty sure it's fine. Yeah, there it is. Okay, so our test was successful. We wanted to do a search boolean. Okay. No, not that one. We wanted to do a random value boolean. I'm sorry. Random value boolean into the selection, and that removes 50% of the pixels. Bring this up. Alright, and small forest, go away, because you are currently not going to be necessary at this current moment. I want this, what is this material to? I don't know what this material to is. Let's bring in our other geometry that we had from before. This should be the block, the huge block thingy. Okay. We're gonna have to decrease the number of points here. Decrease the number of points and increase the cube size. Is what we're gonna have to do. Because there's way too many points. Way too many points. Okay. So that will become the instance for this. So you put the points there. Let's go into textured view for right now. Okay, and then we have the instance. Let's give this a save where we are. And then we do a geometry. Oh, nope, hold on. Let's bring this probability way... Actually, you know what? Let's have it at 0 for right now. 0. And in there. And then slowly bring this up. To 0.001. Okay, there's a couple houses. That works. We'll plug this into the join geometry and then into here. And the houses are on the points, but they're not really on the normals. Rotate Euler here. The normal of those guys into the rotate. Euler? No, okay. Alright, how do I get points to rotate properly on their normal? On the normal of the thing that is being created. I need to capture an attribute. I know that much. But I seriously do not understand a attribute. Like if I take the normal of this cube, set position, okay, source, its attribute, and its source position, plug that into the rotation. No. That doesn't even move one of them. Face. Search face. Face area. Face neighbor. Subdivision faces. Face area attribute. I don't know. Plug that into nearest index. Point. Face. Okay. Attribute, face, index, search, index. And then rotation. Nope, that doesn't do anything either. This needs to rotate on the normal that it is there on. Float vector. Maybe it was the vector that I needed. Hello. Okay. Or let's grab the from this guy. Huh. Okay. Search Euler. Rotation Euler. What can you do for me? Rotation. Rotation. No, that doesn't move it. It's normal. Let me plug in its normal into its attribute. Plug in rotation. Kind of? Not really? Boolean, give me a 0.0 1. Oh boy. Okay, well that's not the right one, now is it? That's not right. How do I get these to have them all distribute along? Okay, hold on. What if it's simpler than that? What if it's simpler than that? Instead of this being the instance, I do want to get this probability down to 0 really quickly. Give that a save. What instead, I take the cube that it has, distribute the points on the face, such as distribute points on faces. So I take the positioned cube and I put those points onto there. Okay, and then Poisson disk. Let's just bring it up a little bit so that we don't have a massacre on our hands. Give it a save, and then I want this to come up to a 0.001. Okay. Now I want the normal into the rotation. Okay, that might be it. Move you over here, move you over here, move you over here. Let's bring in this rotation Euler. Okay, what if I just take its rotation and plug it into there? Oh, there we go. That might be it. Rotation into the Euler, into the rotation. No. But that's getting there. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I'm seeing the tops of the houses. What if I take that direction that they're currently facing, search, and I just do a trans or set position. Set position. Its position is, and offset it by a z coordinate. They all go up. Okay. Normal. Math. Vector math. Plug this guy into here and this guy into here. And I just add z onto it. Oh, nope. Multiply. I multiply onto this guy here, so I put this all at 1, and then I add z. Not quite, but it'll have to do. Okay. Original cube can just go away. Let's put you in there, and then I think that's pretty cool. Let me grab a grass block. As a matter of fact, no. Let me grab a grass block. Assets, grass. Give me just the grass block, please. Thank you very much. And I want that guy to be our little node setup here. Give it a save. Geometry nodes, and I want that block as the cube. As the cube here. Cube. This cube. I think this is the cube that I want. Yeah. Shift A. Object. Object info. Do. Grass block. Okay. Grass block needs to go into a transform. No, that's transform attribute. Transform, just a regular transform. Plug you into here. And geometry, that needs to be, we'll just go with a 3 for right now on all of the scale instance. Do as an instance. I want the rotation to be on those points, but why am I not getting? Oh yeah, that's right. I need to take all of those textures and just change them up, don't I? Show me grass block. Grass block. There he is. Hello, grass block. Give you a object and a block. Yep, and then you also need to be a box with a texture of its own coordinates. And then grass block top also needs a vector. Box. Okay, and then minimize you. And then your dirt there also needs a coordinate box. Right, and then we can give this scale coordinate here, maybe a 3. That would work. No, wait, that's ladder. My bad. Grass block side, and I want to give this texture thingy a scale of 3. Oop, okay, hold on. What's going on here? Okay, no, I want to give it a 0.3. Ah, okay. Alright, there we go. Where is unused? Go away. I want to add in that grass block top. Grass block side. So I can continue to fiddle with this a little bit. Here, I want grass block side somewhere like right there-ish. And that's 3. It's almost there. It needs to be 0.29. No, okay. 0.31. Okay. Not quite either. If it's at 0.3, it's almost where it needs to be. Almost. Good enough. Good enough. Alright. I think... yeah, we're gonna say good enough on Asteroid Village. I do want to give a little bit more randomization to these buildings, though, which was the point of this general, this thingy here. Oh. Why are you doing that? You're supposed to be an integer, yo. You're supposed to be an integer, yo. Value. Float. Integer. Float. Integer. Float. Integer. There we go. Good. Okay, so now we got some buildings here. What I can do is do a geometry to instance. I can plug this guy in, and I can actually take this guy, duplicate him, and get a completely different building. So you plug you in. Actually, oof, that's a little too long. Okay. Bring you down. We're gonna keep you in the single digits, okay? Whew. Okay, and then you can be coming up, and then make you a little bit taller, I guess. Plug in some more variety, something like that. Bring down the probability of wow. Do I need to bring down the probability of this? 0.05. Okay, something like that. Alright, oh, yeah, that's right. I want to separate instance. Pick an instance. There we go. Pick an instance. There we go. Okay, so now we get different houses at different points. Bring in another house. All I have to do is duplicate this node and just add it to the join geometry and be just like, bring down the size of it. That's the X value. Bring down the tallness. 3 tall. 3 tall. Make it a microscopic house here. There we go. And all I have to do is add in more houses if I need to. Right on top of this guy. We still got like 10 minutes left. Gosh. This guy took way too long to create. But I at least have a procedurally available house that can be just brought in. Something like that. Something that I can just be like, plop, 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 plop. There's a few houses. Samarost moment? I don't know what you mean by that. I think let's bring down the rotation. What if I do a search and then Matt? No. We'll leave it. We need something in the center here for this guy.
Deploy all units! Charge!
Ooh. Okay. Oh yeah, that's right. There's too many lights. I can't have that many lights. There we go. There's too many lights. Eevee doesn't like that. Right. What if I go into here and remove some of those torches a bit? So where's that torch? There it is. Torch. No. Instance. Object. Here it is. I want a Boolean thingy on that. Give me a Boolean thingy on that. Do random Boolean. Copy and paste. Grab and bring you over to here. Random value. You need to have seed into there, and then into there. Actually, let's remove that. Let's have a strong probability that there's no torches up top there. So if we remove that, there we go. Strong probability of there not being a torch up there. And then we can just have a couple torches on top, and that way we don't overload our own system with too many torches and stuff like that. Alright, that's much better. Point. This point can go into unused. What? Hold on. What? No. Unused. There we go. Point goes into unused, and then we can have in the center of this entire world here. Shift A. Let's do a search. Let's bring in a cube. What? Not a volume. Maybe a volumetric cube. I don't know. Let's bring in a volumetric cube right in the center here. Bring up the density. Oh wait, no, not the density. I'm sorry. Bring up this one. That direction a bit. Yeah, that direction a bit, and then this direction a bit. Cool. And then I want to bring in another point light. Shift A light. Come on. What? Why not? No. Save. Shift A light. Point. There we go. Point, and I want this light to be red, and I want it to be pretty big. Bring this point light into here. And I want that to be right in the middle as well as an instance. There we go. Alright, it's in there, I think. Bring down the density of this guy. You would be able to see it. There it is. There's that light. Okay, so now if I take this light and I increase it to pretty big, you get kind of like a red glowy inner core or something like that. Seems kind of cool. And then let's keep increasing the size of this guy. Something like that. Get a glowy inner core. Keep increasing the brightness of this thing. There we go. There we go, something like that. And then
That
layout.
outfit is not looking too hot right now. You need something that looks prettier. Outfit change!
And we're doing that with the outfit change. Let's make an Enderman soup. Put him in the right outfit. Then add water. Enderman. And then accessories, bubbles, bath, and shower. Cool. Oh. Yeah, that took too long. I'm glad I spent an entire one on this one. But yeah, that's crazy. We're gonna put this point into unused. I do want to grab that torch light and increase the light of that a little bit. Let's see here. Point light. Where's the torch light? There's the torch light. Give me more torch light. There we go. And then this light. Give me more of this light. Okay, and then I was gonna put some trees on here, but well, I could put some trees in here though. Where is the geometry nodes? And then... bring in a... a thingy of emitters, this guy. So it's just an object, or collection info of emitters. Or small... emitters? Yeah, emitters. Okay, yeah, let's bring in a bunch of emitters. Say, bring this down. Ah! Taller than the shower, yeah. Let's bring in a collection of stuff on top of this guy. So, the distributed points could... let's do a search collection info. Grab emitters 1 and separate children. Reset children, bring you into the geometry instance. What do we get? Okay, nope, not reset. What? Okay. Kind of. Whoa. Alright, it's, a little bit different. Now we kind of get like a sphere of these things. Let's bring up the probability to a 0.1 now? Or 0.01? Okay. Not exactly what I expected was going to happen. What happens if, relative, that's right, relative, relative, good golly. Let's turn down the probability here, there's too much going on. 0.05. Okay, there's a lot less going on here. Okay, that's kind of better. Yeah, and there's a couple houses that are in here that are, yeah. And a red inner core. Alright, I guess we can give it a little bit of a camera movement, right? I mean, we have completely ignored the camera. Let's get a good sky type. Turn on the sky for one. And then sky type, that one. Yeah. And then let's get a camera movement on it. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Bum bum. Let's do a lock rock scale on that camera. Lock rock scale. And then just get a oh yeah, that's right. I'm gonna have to loop it somehow. Let me check out Twitch and see who's live right now. Let me find out who's live. Oh. Okay, we can go into... Ooh. Oh. Lep. Lep.
Good old lock. Rock. Scale.
Lock,
blep,
rock, scale.
Blep.
Let's, let me see if I can get a quick camera movement here. Well, the camera movement doesn't matter too much. Yeah, let's go into Richard Thornton here. I'll get the camera movement later, but yeah, we got ourselves at least some procedurally generatable Minecraft houses that are good from the outside. At least they're good enough. They are good enough. They're gonna have to be. Yeah, Foxbox Brigade Raid. Thank you, Ben, for bringing that in. I appreciate that. And let's go ahead and go off to Richard. Thank you guys for coming by. I'm sorry that I wasn't so so involved into chat. I knew that this one was going to be a lot to take, a lot to do, and I'm glad that I got it.
Puka, you are such a derp.
Bunny is actually streaming. Bunny? Oh yeah, there's Bunny Bond. Yeah, Bunny Bond. It was Richard Thornton and Bunny Bond, right? Yeah, I think those two were streaming together, if I'm correct. Yeah, so we're gonna go over to Richard Thornton, and I'm gonna have to find out where Bunny Bond actually is, because I don't have them in my list. So once I go over there, I'll be able to follow Bunny Bond as well. So let's go over to them, and then I can do that. So let's give a Foxbox Brigade raid over to Richard Thornton, the creator of the songs from the Imp and Skiz podcast and the Skyblock series. So I will see you guys next week. We're probably going to be doing some actual videos instead of NodeVember. NodeVember has been quite the resource gatherer. I can do tons of things now with GeoNodes. Not only have I learned a bunch of stuff, but I can just bring stuff in now, too. I can just be like, it's there. It's there. So, alright. Take care, everybody. Thank you again for coming by. Sorry I wasn't so attentive. Bye.
No.
I can't believe that.
That's crazy.
There was a dolphin. Did you hear the dolphin?
I heard him.
Who's that?
Richard.
Oh, we got
Richard,
we got Puka in.